Get the lever. Oh
Throw the
shit.
switch.
Were we live, were we?
She's on to us.
Hmm.
Oh god. Hey, hi everyone, and welcome to Radiant Shadows, a 5e actual play D&D campaign where one Kiwi DMs for a group of really talented Australians, and we kind of hope that the wheels don't fall off. My name's Ham. I'm the DM. We'll do a whip around of introductions. We'll read an intro to what happened in the last session, and then we're just going to get into it. So, John, you'll go last. Cass, you'll be first.
Oh, crap. Hi, I'm
Singled out
Cass.
here.
And I was looking for my pencil as well. I'm Cass by Shadow Me, and I am playing Miera, the sweetest little halfling.
Woo, 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 woo. Awesome.
And
Thank you.
we're gonna win.
You are
It's gonna be
absolutely,
great.
quite possibly, maybe.
Everyone's healthy.
Heath.
G'day everyone, my name's Heath, I'm the Antipodean D20, and when I'm not with this lovely folk off to see the wizard or the, not exactly the Emerald City, it's more like the Emerald Ziggurat, not really the wizard, it's voices in our head and a dragon. You can find me around the socials at the Antipodean D20, doing all sorts of weird and wonderful things, sketching, writing, worrying about sketching, worrying about writing, and occasionally posting something of substance.
I could have sworn you said writing there, and I'm like,
I could do that too.
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Promethean.
Wow. I'm just a little nervous about saying that, it seems.
Well, it's just,
You may not have had the permission.
I do know. Hi, I'm Promethean. There's a zero in it. Ta-da! I will be Delgrim, the Durgar Ranger, who is not healthy at all currently. And I'm looking forward to either getting incredibly not healthier and having that fun experience, or bouncing back and doing the cool stuff.
cool. Awesome.
Ta-da!
Hello, I am O'Sullivan Kate, or occasionally Mod Kate on a lot of the things. Tonight I'm playing Rowan, the tiny little warlock halfling who apparently disappears on far too regular basis. And tonight, if that happens in the middle of the stream, that'll be my lighting rig, not to do with my character.
Very cool. Very cool. And last and absolutely by no means least, John.
I am John the Dragon from Meeples and Dragons. You can pretty much find me here most times. At the moment, I'm running or attempting to run through a Fallout 4 survival mode. We'll see how well that goes. But tonight I'm playing Tiernan, the very, very confused Shardfolk Artificer.
As opposed to any other day where he's not confused.
No, I put the word very.
Very confused, as opposed to just
Why is he confused?
Well, he's under a spell.
Do we have anything that we need
Dragon
to?
Slayer.
Do we have anything that we need to pimp?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Well, she would have told me otherwise.
Cool.
Boss lady.
And when John says she and boss lady, of course, we're referring to Saz. Saz is the other half of the Meeples and the Dragons. She lurks in the background. She
Better
does
half.
with the pushing of the buttons and the jacking of the levers and the twisting of the knobs
And the wearing of the
Thanks.
taffeta dress.
Where
Yeah.
are you going with this, Hamish?
I'm just saying she makes everything works, and if it wasn't for her, we'd all be sitting in probably one room with no video pretending, and it would be kind of embarrassing. So Saz, thank you very much. And once again, your ball gown is just absolutely
Stunning.
perfect. It is. It's stunning. The whole off the shoulder look, it's classy. It's super classy.
Yes, 2 words, ruffles and pockets.
And look, pockets.
Who doesn't love a pocket?
Pockets. Who doesn't love a
What
pocket?
has he got in his pockets?
On the subject of pockets, let's jump into our summary and then see where we end up. So, where last we left our heroes, they stood in the center of the mighty ziggurat, preparing to ascend via the strange platform to the levels above and confront Esmer. There was some trepidation, however, with not everyone as enthused about what may lie ahead. Danna, sensing some reluctance, once again spoke to them, imploring them on, but also advising that if they felt the combining of the two minds was going to fail, to destroy them both. This would put Danna out of her misery and destroy Esmer, removing any risk of her finding some way to leave the place. Finally, settling on their intentions, our heroes mounted the platform and the lever was pulled. Slowly ascending up through the long shaft in the ceiling, they witnessed more of the strange historical mosaics on the wall before finding themselves in a giant library. Alas, it appeared that this place had suffered much damage, with bookshelves and other furniture destroyed, and massive stones crushing other parts of this ancient space. In the darkness ahead, those who could see in the inky blackness saw a massive dark green crystal surrounded by rubble. Fearing that Esmer would be able to read their minds and therefore any plans they may make, the party scattered. Tiernan tried to draw Esmer's attention as the strange creature probed his mind, while Rowan, racing in a different direction, used her patron's magic to blast bookshelves, creating destruction and ruin. It was Delgrim that took a more direct approach, advancing straight towards Esmer, confronting and somewhat foolishly challenging the powerful entity. While these three tried their best to get Esmer's attention, Grumpfel and Miera snuck forward, Miera grasping the shard of Danna. But Delgrim, despite Rowan and Tiernan's best efforts, angered Esmer, who unleashed a blast of powerful psychic magic, inflicting great pain on our Duragar Ranger. The party, scattered and unsure, was saved by Miera, who called forth her sorceress magics and used Thunderstep, teleporting straight to the mighty crystal and touching Danna to it. Darkness. Then a long, emerald hallway surrounded them. Strange shapes moved in the walls, and tall, crystalline pillars reached to the high ceiling. But they were not alone. Three beings were also here with them. A massive, raging crystal dragon, a strange, red, hate-filled mist, and a forlorn and distraught woman. A fight broke out as our heroes battled these entities. Blows were exchanged and magics cast, but the party was sorely tested. Grumpfel was knocked unconscious by a powerful blast of psychic energy, and poor Tiernan, confused and distracted by the painful wailings of the strange woman, got telekinetically thrown into the very spell Miera had cast to try and injure what they fought. On they battled, with Miera's call to Danna for assistance bringing Grumpfel back to consciousness. Delgrim, a whirlwind of axe blows, furiously attacked the crystal dragon, while Rowan sent blast after blast of eldritch energy into the red mist. But it was Tiernan, finding a moment of clarity in his hazy mind, that struck the dragon the killing blow, causing it to shatter. Then the entire hall shook and cracked, shards of crystal flying through the air like 1,000 daggers. Will our heroes be able to overcome Esmer and rejoin her with Danna? Or will they be lost forever in the strange entity's mind? And with that, I want everyone to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Well, I can roll. I don't think I'm going to make it, though.
John, what kind of attitude is that, man?
Oh,
Be
come
positive. Come on.
You say that.
I believe in you.
Dex save.
Dex save. Absolute
21.
21. All right. Tiernan, what did you get?
10.
10? Okay. Delgrim?
18.
Miera?
17.
Okay. Grumpfel?
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Working
For
on
a moment, I thought you said 70. And I'm like,
I did too. I was like, yeah, that's
ow.
most
I've just dropped some
dexterous
dice on the
little
floor.
halfling.
Just give me one
Maybe
sec
I-
before I step on anything.
Yeah.
Maybe I took up someone on their offer.
Why? What did you get, Miera?
70.
17. Oh, I was asking for Grumpfel. That's right.
Yeah.
14.
14. Okay. John, I think you need to start playing games, my friend, where you don't have to roll dice. I think that's just... I don't know. We need
That's
to.
why I usually GM, because that's why it doesn't matter if I win or lose.
Okay.
He did again. He did put down the crystal dragon entity.
He did. Okay,
So-
so everyone but John takes 2 points of piercing damage. Tiernan takes 4 points of piercing damage.
Huh?
Everyone but Tiernan takes 1 point of psychic damage. Tiernan takes 2 points. So basically, everyone took 3 points of damage. Tiernan took 6 points of damage. So around you, you can now see that there are gaping cracks through the floor of this emerald hallway that you are standing in. The pillars around you, which have shattered and shot these chunks of crystal, which have inflicted small gashes across you, you can see starting to crack and break apart. There are chunks from the ceiling that have actually fallen and hit the ground nearby. All of you, as the dragon was killed, could hear 2 screams of pain in your mind. One absolutely Esmer, the other one, including you, Rowan, very much sounding like the voice of Danna.
So I hear both.
You do hear both in this
Interesting.
situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of you then hear the voice of Danna, except for Rowan, say, "You are getting close, but I'm struggling to maintain control and hold of Esmer. Please, you must defeat this other aspect of her before I completely lose control." And around you, you feel again this entire hallway shake and shift. As you glance about, you then notice something else. The forms that you saw on the wall have become clearer. And as you look, you can see what appears to be people. It's like scenes, almost as if the mosaics that you had seen downstairs have become animated. There's scenes of villages with people walking through them. You can see the banquet that was displayed. But you also see signs of carnage and mayhem. And as you look into those, you can see yourselves reflected back, almost as if you're standing amongst that. And then suddenly, all the aspects of you step out of the walls. These almost two-dimensional, vaguely crystalline shapes, almost like shadows of you, appear.
Would you say they're somewhat radiant, Ham?
They are, well,
But also, well done.
well, oh, that's just a little bit too big. You're not giants.
Oh my god, she's huge.
Yeah.
The 6-foot halfling steps through the floor.
Yeah.
The chunkiest little halfling. Wow.
It's like Rowanzilla.
Oh, I just got this bad picture of, chunky Miera with this giant piece of cake in hand.
I don't know why they're so big. Why are they so big? Okay. Sorry, I was hoping there would be less fiddling around. I just better dump these on here, but apparently not.
Oh,
No.
Oh, anyone!
It's like it's Widowmere.
What's that gnawing on my ankles?
Okay. So, with that, that is the end of that phase. As you will see, we've now got an initiative tracker on Albia Rodeo. Apparently, there's a nice little plugin which you can use, which is great.
Oh, that's exciting.
Tiernan, you had finished off. So at this point in time, it is now the woman's turn. As I said before, she had fallen to her knees, but she looks up and lets out another anguished wail of pain. And I need to work out. Whoa! Holy!
Whoa!
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
Oh,
I
jeez.
think you
Everybody
might find
dies.
that the map is very, very small in scale. Like the measurements aren't going to work on it because apparently the distance between me and the mist is 5 feet, which I can tell you it is not. So all of your like cones and stuff, if you put them on, are
Wow,
going to be
it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
hugely out of scale,
Yeah.
folks.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah,
what's
you're right,
happened there.
Debbie. Count it out.
Into
At least we
speak.
can move our own tokens around again.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Look for
Yeah,
that
just so that
silver
everyone's
lining.
aware, you're going to have to count it out.
Yep, no, I appreciate you calling that out.
Because I tried to measure before and was like 5 feet away, hey? I'm in much more trouble than I thought I was.
All of a sudden, we're on the set of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Okay.
No,
I need
look, she probably doesn't need to get all of this. That's great. Thank you.
I need Rowan and Delgrim. Rowan and Grumpfel and Miera to all make saving throws. Also, something I neglected to remember, Tiernan, you suddenly find your mind cleared. You are no longer confused. It seemed to go with the death of that dragon.
Is this something that is going to potentially frighten Ham? The reason I ask is because I have advantage against checks against being frightened.
It is not. No, it is a. Hold on. It's an intelligence saving throw.
Against magic?
It is against magic. Yes.
Hey, Hamish, what was the damage type earlier that we all experienced? One was psychic and the other one was
The other one
Piercing.
was piercing. Yep.
piercing.
Natural 20, Ham.
Because I didn't roll for Blinky.
Not 20.
But that is a success, just in case. It's a fail.
No.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Oh,
Delgrim, what did you get?
I didn't get hit, so nothing. You didn't ask me to.
Oh, you
roll
didn't.
set.
True.
Okay.
Excellent. Grumpful, what did you roll?
You got this.
rolled with advantage. First one was a 16. The second one was a 20.
Wow,
20.
2 natural 20s to start off with.
So I made my
Bam.
save.
Oh.
Ah.
No, actually, you don't. You just take extra psychic.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, opposite of inspiration for you, buddy.
Hamish, do I need to roll for Blinky?
No.
Because you said, yeah, okay. He's immune to psychic, just have it.
Yeah, I think there's a certain degree of that plot armor, like we've sort of talked about with that stuff, because we've never really played him as a viable target as such. Miera, what did you get?
15.
15?
Yeah.
15 is what you needed. Well done, guys. So, I'm just rolling a fistful of dice. Hold on. I need to roll it. Okay.
Even with the save, I'm scared.
5, 10, 14. Okay, that wasn't too great. So you all take 10 points of psychic damage as basically the pain, the emotional torment from this woman just like blasts through your psyche.
Oh, yuck. Okay, all my temporaries are gone.
Same.
And I'm down to that.
All right. So at that point, it is now Miera's turn.
Oh, damn. I'm just trying to think what I could possibly do to help without causing further issues. Would you say that the woman could be deemed a creature?
You would. What are you trying to accomplish? What are you looking at?
Well, I was thinking try and cast suggestion
I think
and maybe
everything's a creature,
suggest it
isn't
to
That's
just-
not a
take a
construct.
seat? I don't know. I don't know. It's
It would look. You would have to give it a try.
all right. Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and cast suggestion.
Okay, so remember she's like already basically like on her knees. So think about what that suggestion is going to be.
Okay.
So what's the DC on that?
So it is a wisdom save of 14.
Wisdom save of 14. Interesting. Okay. Did not make the saving throw.
Ooh.
Oh, good.
Ooh, hello.
So in that case, I would like to suggest that it stop lashing out at the people that are trying to help in the room, aka all of us.
Exactly like what are the words that Miera is using?
Stop lashing out at my friends and I.
Okay. You watch as this woman, you can see the tears streaming down her face, cutting through the dirt that's sort of crusted there. And she looks at you through her matted hair, and you can feel the magic take hold on whatever the mind is that's behind it. You know that the magic has worked. And you see a flicker of what almost looks like clarity across its face. But you're not entirely sure at this point what that actually means.
Can I roll an insight check of some kind, perhaps, to see if Delgrim can determine a little bit more from that reaction then?
Is the only thing I would ask there is that Delgrim is basically face to face with this red mist. Would he and
Correct.
the woman is over and a
He
very
will have his eye on the woman because he potentially still has a very specific plan for her. So yeah, he'd be paying attention.
When it gets to your turn,
Mhm.
we can look at that. I just realized
Sure.
that you're not on the initiative tracker. Why aren't you on the initiative tracker?
I can't see the initiative tracker either.
You
Little
have to
sword.
click
'Cause
the
I'm not
button
on
that
it.
says initiative tracker at the top.
Oh yeah, I see.
What was Delgrim's initiative again?
Delgrim's too good for initiative trackers.
Yeah.
He's ascended beyond the need.
That's right.
You're in stealth
Oh,
mode
look,
right now,
I'm-
aren't you, Delgrim?
Yeah.
This is what
Um,
happens when the DM has way too many windows open.
I
Oh, no, bro!
may
Let's just do
have
that.
notes.
Hold the line, please, caller.
Beep 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 beep.
Can you check your manager?
Your call is important to us.
Not really.
Delgrim's initiative.
You've been placed in a queue, but we've lost the position. Please bear with us while we solve the problem.
The initiative number
Here we
you
go.
have is
Delgrim was a
not
16.
connected.
Lift music.
Oh.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, if you double click on the name, it actually takes you to where they are on the map. That's kind of cool.
Whoa. Yeah, okay,
Whoa.
that is cool.
Where am
Amazing.
I?
Albert
There I
Rodeo.
am.
She's so magic.
Every little thing she does is all right. Let's stop that. Okay, so it is now the top of the initiative, which is our Rowan Boulderhill.
Yeah, I'm going to keep doing the same that I have been, which is trying to smash the bejesus out of the mist with some
Okey-dokey.
eldritch blasts.
Aldridge.
So how do you want me to do this, Ham? Just with respect to because I have 2 beams,
Yep.
and if something went down, can I target the second one at a second thing?
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely.
So I can roll it, and we can resolve each one individually.
Yeah. I never feel like you're gonna kind of like go all out if something dies. Like you guys are smart enough to,
Yeah, it's just more, just making sure that it's clear.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that.
I appreciate you throwing the wiggle thing in while you're talking about like Eldritch Blast death.
That's
as
how
well.
Eldritch Blast
Amazing.
works.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
First one
Ready?
is
Hot remains. Hot remains.
First one's a 23.
23 does hit, yes.
Oh god. I just got an idea for a warlock.
It's the red wiggle.
I mean, so
Nope.
it's 1d10 plus 4.
See, the song's
come back
the
here.
song's "Wake Up, Patron" instead of "Wake Up, Jeff."
So it's 14 points of force damage plus
Damn.
the
Two?
3. What is my? Hang on. How does it? Yeah, plus 3.
Yep.
The
So
17
it
points.
like the energy smashes into the mist. Delgrim, with you being so close, you can see sort of like particles of the mist get sort of consumed and burned up by this eldritch energy, and you see the white eyes flare, but maybe not as bright as they have flared before.
And the second one is 17 to hit.
17 does hit.
Which is 10 points of force
Outstanding.
damage.
All right, same thing again.
And then I'm going to move. Is there a gap between? Actually, no. What am I doing? I'm going to go here.
Okay.
Like I'm kind of going right up against without like touching the spiky thing, but like as close to that as I can
Cool.
get.
All right, I had forgotten to do something beforehand, so I'm going to remember now and ruin everyone's day. The Miera and Rowan reflections will now act.
You mean the mirror that
Uh,
came
one
out
on
of
the
the
wall?
wall?
The one on the wall, yeah.
Came through the wall.
I just dislike you. I love you guys, but I also just dislike you. I love you, but I dislike
I
your
was
behavior.
sitting on that one for a minute. I was waiting to use it. That's
Thank you,
okay.
Heath.
Not mad. I'm
Right
just
there with you, buddy.
That thin line of genius and insanity.
You've got Fireball learnt, haven't you, Miera?
Maybe. Who's asking?
No.
No, it's not.
What are you talking about?
It's far
Miera,
too
you
dangerous.
Miera, you watch the reflection of yourself reach out, and a chill courses through your spine as this sort of ethereal hand reaches out to touch you. That will be a 19 to hit.
Yeah, to touch someone.
Doesn't. Yeah, no, it does hit.
It does hit?
Yeah.
All right. So this reflection of you has used chill touch on you. And you take 7 points of, what is it? I think it's necrotic damage.
Yes, it is.
And you cannot regain hit points until the start of your next turn. The Rowan reflection.
Does that include like if I cast anything on it's like a blanket against all healing?
Can't regain hit
Okay,
points.
all right, cool. Because I
Bad
haven't
temp.
the brain. I can't remember much about.
Yeah,
it.
what about with temporary hit points? Because there's a whole bunch of people here who have temporary hit point adding things, which are not the same as regaining hit points that you have lost.
Correct. So you
Question.
can get temp hit points, but you cannot heal hit points.
Right.
Because you're not regaining them, you're kind of getting them as a bonus.
Yep.
All right. So the reflection of Rowan is going to move up and extends its hand towards the real Rowan, and 2 blasts of eldritch energy shoot out. That's definitively a miss, but a dirty 20.
Will hit. The first one won't, though.
So you take, what's that? 7 points of force damage as one of the bolts shoots past you, but the other one hits you square in the chest.
Does that add, given you're using my spell list, does that add the additional random warlock stuff?
Doesn't you don't
Just
don't notice anything? If that makes sense somehow. But okay, so that is them. So it is now the top. So it is now 20. So it is now a lair action. Bop, 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 bop. And it is going to fire its magically charged crystal shards at people. So who are we going to shoot at?
Also, I just want to point out that's the first damage that Rowan has taken over the course. Is it not?
No.
I thought you'd successfully not been hit by anything so far.
I mean, I just got
No.
hit by Screaming Lady, so technically that's not
Oh,
true.
I started the episode with only 3 points down after last week.
To be clear, at the start of today, I had no hit points gone. I do now, but I only do now because she
Gotcha.
screamed.
So, so let me have a look here quickly. So Delgrim and
Yo.
Miera, these explosions of crystal shards just erupt from the walls near you. Delgrim is a 21. Miera's an 11.
To hit,
Sorry?
to hit, 11
Yeah.
to hit, doesn't hit.
Okay.
Yeah, Delgrim is well and truly smacked up by some shards.
Okay. So Delgrim, you will take 1 point of piercing and 4 points of psychic damage. All right. It is now Grumpfel and his spiritual weapons turn.
Okay, who goes first? Or it doesn't really matter.
No, it's up to you, my friend.
Alrighty. In that case, I think I will use the spiritual weapon first. Going to bring it over and have at the Wailing Woman. Let's see. Let's one of those. Oh, +6 is 16.
16 definitely does hit. Roll for
Cool.
damage.
D8 +3. Actually, that should be 17 because is that no? It's that spiritual weapon count as radiant. Doesn't matter. It hit anyway. That is 8 points.
8 points. Cool. Okay. So Delgrim, the spiritual weapon comes crashing down upon this woman. And she lets out another scream of pain. And this time, all of you think you can potentially hear Danna's voice mixed through that as well. Delgrim, Grumpfel, I need you to please make an intelligence saving throw for me.
Versus magic.
Yes, versus magic.
Cool. That is 14.
14, unfortunately, does not make it. You just get this, it's almost like a feedback loop. As your weapon smashes into her, the rest of you hear her cry out, but Grumpfel, the pain that racks through you is intense. As you take 23 points of
Grumpfel is dead.
damage.
Wow.
Do I get my action before this, or this happens as part of that?
This happens as part of that attack.
Okay, Grumpfel is down. I only had 11 left. I was just waiting to try and heal myself, and I thought I'll use this first, and then I'll heal with an action. Fuck. I mean, fudge.
No, my friend.
Also, fuck.
Also fuck.
Mhm.
The rest of you...
Spiritual weapon disappears?
It's not concentration. So, technically, I don't think it does, but I just don't think it will do anything. I'm actually not 100% sure.
I think you direct it to move and make the attack. So yeah, if you down,
nothing in the listing.
It'll still be there. Just kind of
It makes sense
out,
to
right?
stay because granted by power from God. But moving.
What you guys do notice, however, is that the image of Grumpfel, as he collapses dead, well, not dead, unconscious to the ground, shatters into 1,000 pieces. So that is the end of Grumpfel's turn.
I'm glad you added turn on the end of that.
Yep. It is now going to be a legendary action for Esmer. Delgrim, you're right there. You watch it as a bolt of pure psychic energy shoots towards you. Roll the 2. Goes wide, like clips one of the sort of the shattered crystal shards sticking out of one of the columns, and it explodes, showering the air with these tiny little bits of fragments. However, it is also now the mist in front of you's turn. Of which you also notice 2 explosions of psychic energy which shoot out at you. 13's going to be a miss, isn't it?
13 will be a miss. That's absolutely correct.
But a 25 won't be.
Yeah, look, it might just clip him.
It might just clip you. Okay. Look,
Yeah.
I'm just double checking. I don't want to make any assumptions. Okay, so that one of them, again, you duck out of the way. The second one smashes into you and does 8 points of psychic damage.
Okay. That's from the mist, yeah.
That is from the mist, which you can all see now has shrunken quite dramatically at this point in time. So, Delgrim, it is now your turn.
So, I think on being hit by the mist, Delgrim's attention on the wailing woman or the sad lady will probably drop, but he will yell out, "Do not harm the woman. I feel this is our ally." And then he'll turn towards the red mist with a bonus action cast. Does anyone remember if I'd already cast Hunter's Mark? I feel like I had on the dragon.
I feel like
I vaguely recall.
You certainly had on something. I could not tell you on what.
Okay.
But don't you get to move it if you take out?
Correct.
You do, but you also need to make a bunch of concentration rolls as well.
That's fair. Wait, do I? Oh yeah, it is. You're right. It's concentration. And we can say you probably would have dropped it then. Yeah, cool. All right. In which case, so
Hunter's Mark. Oh, it is concentration. Yeah, my bad.
yeah, we'll go with Hunter's Mark bonus action on the mist. And then Delgrim's just going to rush in and just start chopping with the axe, just kind of aiming, I guess, at these glittering white eyes.
Okay, make your attack rolls for me.
Bloody will.
Bloody hell then.
Bloody hell then, indeed. with a +5, that's 11 and 15.
Both of them miss.
Get.
The first one is wide.
Right.
It's almost like the mist swirls around your axe blade, and as you cut back through, it's like it just passes through the very edge of this mist. It's almost like there's nothing to hit, but yeah, just can't find connection.
Excellent. I hate that. Thank you.
I've
You're
got a
welcome.
hydrate from chat. Lovely.
I hate that a lot.
Oh, the hydration's good, man. It keeps you healthy.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
you mean the
hydration
missing.
is wonderful. You're right. That's all really Delgrim has up his sleeve. You just see him get visibly more frustrated.
Okay. So let's actually move through this properly. All right. Before Tiernan's turn, let's bust out another legendary action.
Why not?
Actually, before we even do that, I forgot something else because I keep on forgetting.
It's almost like you gave yourself too many little people to control, Ham.
It did. Miera Delgrim, axe raised high, charges towards real Delgrim and will swing twice at you.
I've already survived one lesser Delgrim. Not directly, but
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
Did you do your 2 attacks, Delgrim?
I did, yeah. Both missed.
Yeah.
Both at the mist and they missed.
So that's a 23 and a 21 to hit.
Jesus Christ.
Lesser Delgrim had better luck than I did.
Lesser
With both.
Delgrim ate their Wheaties this morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like Miera said in the chat, maybe don't antagonize. Don't say the words. It'll be fine. It'll be great. It'll be fine. I just need to quickly look something up. Cool, that's what I thought. Oh, you are so lucky, my friend. I rolled a 1 and a 2 on the damage. So that's 3, 5. That's 7 points of slashing damage as this crystalline axe, which seems ridiculous. Like, with this thing being close to you, it looks two-dimensional. It's like a plane of crystal like glass. Some sort of abomination reflection of you. But the axe blade still cuts and hurts. And then I was about to do a legendary action. I just need to look up the thing. Okay. Pardon me. That was really rude. Oh. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. Delgrim, Rowan, and Miera. For a brief moment, you can see all of those shapes in the walls start to come out, but they start to change as each of you begins to see things from your own life which have caused you pain and torment. I want you to each have a think about what kind of imagery might be something which would cause a very strong, visceral, emotional sort of reaction from the three of you. And when you're ready, I'll give each of you a chance to just say what that thing looks like or what that situation might be. Because all of you can see these things coming out and happen.
Can I just clarify? Do you want things that are something that would manifest that reaction, or do you want full-on situations? Because those two things are subtly different in terms of what I would respond with.
It would think that it would make you react, if that makes sense. So it's
it needs to be
going
a thing.
Sorry?
But it needs to be a thing is the point I'm making, rather than a
Yeah, so it could be like an interaction with someone. It could be something that you've witnessed. It could be something that you could physically see. And does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who is ready? Who's got one of these things in their mind?
Yeah, I can totally go.
Okay, Delgrim.
So Delgrim will see Belfar, a Dwergar, running towards him, I guess, as if trying to escape something. But it's not just Belfar. There's something else there, something shapeless and formless that looms and lurks with this Dwergar that's changing it somehow. And the hairs on Delgrim's arms stand up. He visibly stiffens. As this thing is seen.
Delgrim, can you please make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Sure can. The renowned wise Delgrim has rolled a 3.
So you are effectively incapacitated by this image in front of you. This something from your past which has emerged and just shook you to the core of your being. Rowan.
Rowan's would be Ham, you can somewhat color this depending on what you think location-wise this would have been. But the first time she saw like the writing on the wall, which we've talked about, but I'm not going to try and put too much detail in because other players in this particular chat haven't had privy to the information of what happens to Rowan when she bamps off certain places. And the visceral reaction of not knowing what's going on and words.
So I think
sense.
Yeah. So I think in this respect, it would almost be like the words detached from anything else, almost floating in the air in front of you.
Yep.
The last time you saw them, it asked you to save something.
Yeah.
This time, the words, it's exactly the same writing, forms exactly the same thing, just says, you're doomed. I need you to also make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Is a 19.
A 19 is enough. So you're able to understand that this is probably some form of illusion. This is some kind of trick of the mind which is influencing you. And as you do that, the words just vanish as if blown away in a breeze.
Can I add something for color?
Yes, 100%.
So currently in, I believe, Grumpfel's pocket is my rock. Can we have it appear in my pocket as the reason that I realize that is because I have a connection to the thing that normally writes those words and this ain't it?
Absolutely. 100%. Yep. Love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Miera.
So for Miera, it would probably be that the incredibly vast expanse of nothingness and darkness, and that ever looming sort of feeling that something is watching.
So it's weird. The rest of you just see almost like this ominous black sphere emerge from the wall near Miera, and it's oppressive in its size and depth of blackness. And there's just something unsettling. Miera, I also need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Uh, 13.
13, unfortunately, is a fail. So you also find yourself incapacitated in just terror at this image which has sprung from your very mind. Delgrim, you stand there trying to... No, not Delgrim. We're up to Tiernan.
Yeah,
Tiernan.
you can save us all, Tiernan.
Tiernan, with a clear mind now, you survey the area around you. You can see at least two of your friends just like shook in absolute terror at these weird images that you've seen. Behind you, you can see that crystalline reflection of yourself as well. And you can watch as it starts to raise this duplicate of the pistol that you also carry.
Well, Tiernan's like just going to shake his head a little bit because he comes out of confusion. He sits there and stands there and sees second Tiernan and he goes, there's two of me. Oh dear, Grumpfel. And he's going to make a beeline for Grumpfel.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20. Then he's going to put his hand and point at Blinky.
Yep.
And he's going to cast his Cure Wounds
Nice.
through Blinky.
Yep.
At level 2.
Mm-hmm.
So we get 13, 12 plus 16 health to Grumpfel.
So what does that look like? What does Blinky do to Grumpfel to get him up?
Okay. Well, first off, this massive...
No, that wasn't...
This discharge of energy rockets across the battlefield from Tiernan's hand, funnels straight into Blinky, and then Blinky just bops down and it just shoots out of his massive eyeball like a healing ray, for lack of almost like a clear. And yeah, into Grumpfel. That's one of my level 2 slots.
Outstanding.
How many is that for?
That was 13, 12, 16.
Does that now refresh my memory, Ham? Does bringing someone back from death saves, does it bring them to 1 or do they take the full heal?
Right, full. You just like a gasp fills your lungs as you come to consciousness. Almost like the sense of energy and life just flooding into you. You feel significantly better than you were before.
Oh, that coffee's got a kick.
And then he looks at Blinky, and Blinky moves over. Oh, can I grab Blinky? Oh, about there. Clicks his fingers, and everyone receives within 10 feet. What's that? 10 temporary hit points? Is that right?
Sweet.
I don't know. He's your character. He's your little robot buddy.
Yeah.
Within
10
Blinky,
temporary hit points.
within range of Blinky.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
cool,
10
cool.
feet. So that should
So it's
be
temporary hit points, not healed hit points, just so that I can mark them
temporary.
correctly.
Temporary.
Thank
Yeah.
So I'm aiming to get Delgrim, Grumpfel, Rowan, and myself.
Cool. All right. And leaving Miera all by herself. Cool.
Unfortunately, yes.
That makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
That'll
It's just
teach
harsh.
Harsh, matey.
And I don't really have much movement left, so I'll just pretty much stay there.
You, Tiernan, hear the sound of your gun going off from across the room as your alternate self takes a shot at you. That's a natural 20.
Bam.
So
Yeah.
even if I cast shield, it will not save me.
No, alas, it will not. Now,
Do you go down to attack versus thing even with a natural 20?
natural 20 is always a hit.
Oh.
Yep. Combat, natural 1 is always a miss, natural 20 is always a hit. Anything else, it can still be a success or a fail if you roll a 20 or a 1.
So that gun should be a firebolt.
Yep. All right, so let me just get the appropriate dice.
What's the range on that pistol?
Too long.
Does that have
Further than we would like.
Does it have
Or something.
degrading ranges?
Yep.
This is not AD&D second ed, Heath.
It's a mechanical version of the spell.
Tiernan, you take 30 points of fire damage as you get blasted
Wow.
by the bolt of your own gun. Yeah, I rolled pretty well.
Yeah. I bet you did.
Jeebus.
There is a part of me that's hoping to just see Tammy come flying in with like a massive fucking body spear. Would be great right now.
Just
Anywho,
enjoying
who-
this.
Just stop hurting us so much.
I'm just enjoying the shit-eating grin.
Wow. Wow. On the subject
Yep.
of shit-eating grins, it's now the woman's turn.
Mm.
Oh, wait a minute.
But
It's fire damage, isn't it?
yep.
Okay, if that's the case, I'd like to absorb elements.
Oh, as your reaction.
Mm.
Ooh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that would mean I absorb. What's it?
And this is why we all should know our character sheets.
Yeah,
players.
yeah, this is-
no matter
this
where
is-
you are,
Yep,
know your character
yep.
sheet.
Okay, I rolled a 4 on a d6, so that is captured, and I have resistance of fire damage.
So does that mean you take none of the damage?
I take the damage, but it's resistance, so I only take half. That's 15.
Okay, very
So
nice.
That was originally 10, and that was originally 30, so 15 would be
Flash.
0.
Just get this image of Tiernan going.
5.
But then just a little cough, a puff of smoke pops out.
It means I hang on to that damage, and I can redistribute it in my next turn if I do a
what
melee
am I doing?
attack.
Oh my god. I rolled the wrong dice. I rolled a d20 to check something, and I rolled another natural 20. I feel like I've just wasted that. That's okay.
Good.
Feels like tonight's been the night of nat 20s.
It has. It has.
Oh,
It's been-
yeah.
My word.
Okay, so
Except for me.
um you're that
The woman's our bestie now because of Miera's suggestion, right?
No, because Miera, if we've hit it, which the spiritual weapon did, if I
you've hit it,
remember
then it's
rightly,
over.
God
suggesting
damn
it's
it,
over.
Grumpfel!
Yeah.
Sorry.
Forgetting about that, I think it was a case of Grumpfel thought if I can hit her and get her out of the way, we've only got the mist to deal with.
Our,
really.
our only potential ally in this scenario, yeah.
Tiernan literally said at the start, leave her alone.
Well,
Well, I think
And Rowan, listen.
No.
For once.
No, Delgrim said that after Grumpfel
I know, Delgrim
fell.
said it after, Tiernan had said it prior.
Mhm.
Ah,
I said it last.
But Grumpfel was down then as well, I think. So
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
wouldn't have heard it. It's fine. It makes total
Yeah.
sense.
I was taking a
down
dirt
first,
nap.
Grumpfel's
Tiernan,
been taking a lot of dirt naps this session, this section.
you hear in your mind, Tiernan, my friend, you seem tired. Suggest you rest. Rest for a long time. And I need you to please make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this fear or charm? Or charm?
It is a charm.
Oh, thank God. Doesn't matter. Nat 20 on the first roll.
Someone has just
Ooh.
given Tammy has just given inspiration in chat. Is that for someone particular?
For John.
For John.
John.
Ah,
John.
inspiration.
Didn't need it. Was that another nat 20?
It was.
Holy
Nice.
fucking shitballs. So, look, I feel like
Where were
Tiernan,
you last session, huh?
Tiernan's had a rough. You're building the building the tension, John. Building the tension. Tiernan feels fortified, I feel, at this point in time by everything's gone. That's everything that's been going on, and just brushes away this suggestion from obviously it was Dana's voice. And absolutely it has no effect on
Talk
you.
to the shaman.
Dana's voice or Esmer's voice?
Esmer's voice, sorry.
Oh.
Those things are
Wasn't it the woman?
very different.
Yeah. No, don't worry. Dana will get you guys later. So Miera, it is now your turn. However, you are incapacitated by this darkness. Now you do get to make another saving throw to see if you can break the hold of that. So it is a wisdom save.
$16.
16?
Mhm.
Interesting. Let me just quickly check something. Oh, holy shit. Okay.
I can't decide if that's a good
Yeah,
or a
that
bad.
I'm like mid tea right now in anticipation.
The interruption.
I'm gonna
Horrified
retract that.
and wondrous.
You don't get a saving throw.
Whoa.
I'm just reading up on the thing. Yeah. Yeah, wow. Okay. Fuck, that's intense. Yeah,
Oh, no.
my
Hey,
Yep.
that effect, does it
Yep.
qualify as either charmed or stunned?
It would qualify as charmed.
Okay. So Delgrim's Sonic Fortitude should have given me advantage on
Feel free to roll again.
and it was a wisdom saving throw, right?
Correct.
15?
15. 15 is
Hmm.
actually what you needed.
Excellent. Okay. Great.
So,
Three of us. Yes.
but unfortunately, Miera, you are still stuck, trapped. The rest of you can just sort of see Miera standing there, like almost slack-jawed at staring at this thing that's in front of her. Delgrim, for the briefest of moments, you felt like you'd also lost control, but you do manage to break free. Did you? I don't think you lost your turn though, did you?
No, not yet. That's
I think-
sorry. I was just looking at what I could do for the others, and yeah.
No.
spotted my
That's totally
my
cool.
little guy.
No, I appreciate it when people call that stuff out. So it is the top of the round. So Rowan, it is your turn.
Cool.
You would be able to see, like I said before, Miera sort of standing there very slack-jawed as if she's something's going on, and you can see the image in front of her. The same sort of thing that completely and totally you were able to kind of sort of
Wave away.
yeah.
Cool. Sorry, Cass, but I already had a plan that I just want to go through with. This is not. Oh no. What I'd like to do is use Eldritch Blast, but instead of both at the mist, one at faux Delgrim and one at the mist, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yep. Which one first?
One at the mist first, because that makes sense.
Yep. Cool. Far away.
So the one at the mist is a 17.
17 does hit.
Cool. So it will take. Keep putting this D10 away, and I need to not. That will take 10 points of force damage plus 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so that's 13. So, yep.
And anti-Delgrim, it's 22 to hit.
Yeah. No, that misses. No, I'm kidding. It hit. Yeah.
Sick. And that is 11 points of whammy.
Okay. So the first bolt cuts through the mist, leaving this trail of scorched mist, and it shrinks even further. It's almost like there's hardly anything left except for these two glowing eyes.
Mhm.
As the second bolt hits the faux Delgrim,
Mhm.
it's like someone's just got a hammer and smashed a glass window. It just
Perfect.
fractures into 1,000 different pieces, destroyed.
Excellent.
Delgrim will kind of stiffen up again, seeing himself just absolutely mutilated.
If you looked back at Rowan, you'd just get a little like little wave. No
as
comment, just
As she does that,
about to
two
get
blasts
whopped. Yeah.
of faux Rowan
Yep.
arc towards her. One is definitively a miss. The other one is a 22.
Okay.
So that's 12 points of force damage.
Okay. Thank you for those temporary hit points, John. They're gone now, but thank you for them. I appreciate
They
it.
help.
They helped. They were a nice little buffer for that.
And
That's
now
what they're there for.
Yep. They are there exclusively so that I can smash some other things in this room.
all right. Now it is a lair
Now that I've
action.
done that, I know that it works. And also, everyone else would have seen Delgrim's thing explode, so that's
Absolutely.
helpful as well.
Okay. Just checking something. Bear with me.
Plotting our demise, you see.
I feel like it's already well and truly plotted, and at this point, it's just execution.
Wow.
Takes out the gnome, next takes out the halfling, next takes out the...
So
See?
Look, I'm slowly smashing that mist. Like, that mist is going very slowly. Oh, one more. One more hit.
let's take that. No, that's right, because that's really big. No, it's
So
not
she
that big,
said.
guys. Don't stress. It's fine.
Oh!
Mhm.
Okay, that is about right, though, size-wise. All right. So, Grumpfel, you notice just out of some of the cracks in the floor, this strange mist start to curl up and curl around your feet. And as it does, it fills you with this sense of sickness, the sense of all of the things in your life that you've done wrong, all of the, from the smallest mistakes, from the stealing a fresh loaf of bread when you're a little boy, through to some of the bigger mistakes that you've made in your life.
Like
And
hitting
it's
the
almost
woman.
like
That was
Mine.
never proven.
And it's almost like your mind focuses on them to the point where it makes you feel physically sick. All of you start to experience the same thing, and I need all of you to please make a Constitution saving throw.
And would this be analogous to the poison effect by any chance?
Yes. So if you have advantage versus poison, you
Damage again!
19.
Am I still
I
incapacitated?
don't.
yes, you are.
So that would automatically affect me?
It probably won't do anything to you, to be honest. Yeah. So, right, Rowan, what was that? 19?
19.
Yep.
Also 19.
Cool. Both of those are a save. Grumpfel?
I haven't rolled yet because I am pulling out my brand new chunk. I have- I have
We
a
love a
Team
chunk.
chunk.
Chunk!
We do love a
Team
chunk.
Chunk!
Now, just a
Thing-
disclaimer.
I think this is an opportunity to present this. I had this last session, but I didn't use it. A situation didn't arise for it to be used. This was a birthday present earlier this month
Aw.
from the wonderful team at Meeples and Dragons, and I think it is an appropriate juncture to use the chunk.
That was a nice Adelaide trip. I
Natural
cannot
luck.
believe that was still within this month.
Hey, Heath, if it rolls
Hey, you got the
poorly...
gold one!
Nice!
Yes.
If it rolls poorly, it is the worst one to throw in frustration, just for the
Yes.
record.
Do not recommend
Okay?
throwing
Yeah.
it. in
Oh
rage.
dear, what
Do you
did you do? What did you do, Mr. Promethean?
Do you want me to angle the camera down for this one so we can catch all the action?
No,
or-
just
Here
roll
we
it
go.
on.
Here we go.
Hit
Here we
it.
go. Oh shit! It rolled over from a 20 and finished on an 18.
18. That is fine. All of you manage to combat this strange sense that's passing through you. Tiernan, I don't think you rolled
No.
though, did you?
17.
17. All of you. It's still swirling. It's like almost like the physical embodiment of the mistakes that you've made in life that are poisoning your very essence. And all of you are fighting hard not to just bring up the last thing you ate.
I'll
But,
have you know, Delgrim has made no mistake in life.
but you are okay. Now, Grumpfel, it is your turn.
So, chunk brought to you by Meeples and Dragons. Go visit the website.
Nice.
Grumpfel fighting back this horrid feeling, and the images passing by him fast of what this mist was trying to insipidly inspire in his mind. Comes back to the deep gnome phrase, Renish Pecorish. Here I am, here I stand. Given the tactics of what he's tried in the last couple of rounds, and knowing that it has not been a fun fight, he is actually going to have a quick look around at his party and see who is in a bit of who's messed up, who potentially needs some healing.
You would be able to see, as I mentioned before, like Miera standing there slack-jawed.
Unfortunately, the condition of incapacitated lesser restoration doesn't work on. I've already had a look at that because lesser restoration works on those that are. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. I did look at stunned while it was leading up to my turn, and I have no magic that will cure that from her. I can heal, but looking around at whoever else may need healing that is not incapacitated.
Is stun the former paralyzer?
No, stunned is different.
It's a different effect, yeah.
Yeah.
If assuming everyone's character sheets are accurate, Delgrim is looking the worse for wear.
Yes, I was gonna say
Okay.
I am not injured, but I am
my character
fine.
sheet.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at character sheets, so I'll just rely on people to
I
tell me
looked
whether.
at the exact point on everyone's sheet that showed their current HP.
Yeah.
Well, Tiernan's got a bit of flame happening on the edge of his cloak. He looks more pissed off than hurt, though.
Grumpfel walks up and goes. Alrighty, so Delgrim, where are you in relation to me? Just depends on whether I need to use ranged or.
Or go for a walk.
Yeah, I may have to. I will do that.
Ah, it's an etiquette.
Yeah, for some reason it says Etacap
That's your name.
for me.
Yeah.
Someone renamed it.
Grumpfel power slides in.
Yeah. Never fear, caffeine is here.
That why? Excuse me, quoting my morning mantra at me. How dare? How dare I am called out?
No, with the talkie until the coffee.
Yes.
And even then, it's a maybe. I'm going to use. Where is it? Cure wounds on Delgrim. Put that in there. D8 plus 6. Oh, very nice. That is 6 on the dice. Oh, sorry, I rolled a D6, not a D8. Idiot Heath. Oop. That is a 7 on the dice. Plus 6 means that you get 13 back.
Nice.
You
Excellent.
Beautiful, benevolent bastard.
Beautiful, Slevnevson
Bastard.
Now, I'm very wary about using spiritual weapon on this woman. How far can I move it? Because I'm going to bring it over to the mist.
I think you may only be able to move it 15 feet. Or
It's not
further.
far.
20.
I can't remember if it's 15 or
20
yeah.
feet.
Ooh, you could get in
Not
range
quite.
of pretend Tiernan.
You could
Or-
womp a double.
Rowan.
Womp the little Rowan that keeps blasting me in the head. Be good.
Oh,
Get rid of
okay.
her.
I can do that then. That's
You
just
can move
to
just above, just north from the woman.
Just there?
Yep.
Okay, all right, and make your attack roll then.
Alrighty. So spiritual weapon is spell plus 6. Glad I pumped all the extra points into that.
Go the holy cold coffee pot.
That's it. By the power of caffeine and Kamateon, gonna
Caffeinated Kamateo.
Cavitaeon.
Cafeteon.
Missed opportunity.
12 plus 6 is 18.
That is definitely a hit.
Oh,
As
it's
predictable
good.
as
Okay,
death and coffee.
cool. And that is a D8 plus 3, which is 8 plus 3 is 11.
Excellent. The coffee pot, glowing with radiant energy, smashes into the Rowan, which just explodes into 1,000 pieces of broken crystal. Well and truly destroyed. It is now lair action time.
You could just skip it. Like, you don't
Don't trouble
Miera.
yourself, Hamish. You
to
know,
do a
just-
lair action.
Miera, all by herself over on the side. You're staring slack-jawed, terrified of this massive black entity in front of you, and a blast of psychic energy shoots out. And that's an 18 to hit you, Miera.
Yep, that hit me.
That's 8 points of psychic damage.
Mhm.
Miera, you are, however, as that slams into you, you're shaken from this state that you're in, and you realize that this thing, it's not actually there. And as it dissipates, all you're left with is standing in front of you, the crystalline form of yourself, which smiles back at you in a very disconcerting fashion.
hold up a hand and say, "Cookie."
The mist,
I would hate to see what a mirror sparkle cookie looks like.
the mist that is floating in front of our friend Delgrim. Again, 2 bolts of this psychic energy will lance out towards you, Delgrim.
Riot.
That's an 18 for both of them.
Well, congratulations on your try. That was very successful.
Thanks, man. I appreciate your support. Oh, the D6 aren't super happy today. Hey, that's 10 points of psychic damage as this energy just lances into your mind.
Okay, that's the 10 hit points gone.
And then
Thanks, Tiernan.
I can only do it after that. Okay, all right. Delgrim, it's your turn. Oh, you do need to make a concentration saving throw.
Well, of course, for the Hunter's Mark, yes.
Mhm.
It's a 7.
You get to add your con modifier to it.
Yeah, that's a 7.
Oh,
So
okay.
No Hunter's Mark, that's fine.
No Hunter's Mark, but the mist is in front of you, swirling angrily.
It absolutely is. I think. Oh, sure, why not? With the bonus action, then Delgrim will recast Hunter's Mark
Okay.
on the mist.
Yep.
And then have another crack at this thing. So it's looking a bit smaller.
It's looking
than it was before, right?
significantly smaller, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So with Miera seemingly no longer in strife, he is going to take a couple of swings at the mist. So what is that? +5. So that's 21
That's a hit.
and a 24.
Ooh, 2 hits. Don't forget to add Hunter's Mark to both of them. Don't forget your Ranger. Oh, that Ranger ability that you've got, do you have to declare it as a bonus action?
The which?
Don't you have some kind of extra thing which gives you extra damage?
So
Favorite enemy or
that's
something?
yeah, that's for an aberration though.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
I thought it was against anything.
No, favorite enemies, aberrations, but that's a survival thing. The extra damage thing will be... I get Slayer's Prey, but that would have burned a bonus action.
Okay. All right, cool. That's what I was just checking on, whether it was the bonus action or not. Yep, cool.
No. So it'll be the Hunter's Mark additional damage.
Cool.
But let me just roll it, I guess, from here, because it's going to be easier. Do the two of those. Oh, you idiot. Let's try
Oh, God, he's back there, buddy. Jesus. Gosh.
Right. 8, 5, so that's 13, and then the Hunter's Mark damage. Is what's that, an extra d6? 13. 20, 15, 20. All up.
20 all up.
Yeah. Correct. All slashing, please, sir.
How does Delgrim dispose of this thing?
Absolutely amazing. So it's almost
That's so
casually.
unfair.
So I know you've done so much softening
I've
up
been
of this
doing
thing.
all of the work.
Hey, I felt the exact same way when Tiernan took out the dragon. It's my time now.
In my
Um,
defense,
so-
in my
I've been
defense,
doing that
my action
by
was
myself
controlled.
the whole time.
It's
I was
true.
You
forced
little
to attack
shit.
the dragon.
So Delgrim's attention had initially been taken. So after Grumpfel's come up and healed him, kind of pulled him back to strength, he's kind of looked behind him and seen Miera, and he initially went to assist Miera, and then Miera's kind of come back into the game, and so he's just kind of swung around behind him then with the axe straight into these white eyes of this stupid mist. An upswing on the first and a downswing on the second.
It's strange because despite the fact that it's a miss, it feels like you're cutting through something. The second blow hits one of these eyes directly, and the entire room shatters around you. I need everybody to please make for me a dexterity saving throw.
Cool. Something Grumpfel's actually good at. Not.
21.
13.
What was yours? Sorry, Delgrim? What was it, Delgrim?
Mine. 13.
13. Tiernan?
15.
15. Grumpfel?
Just like the casino at Svazina. Come on, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Tiernan. Miera?
7.
Oh. John, did you go around to Cass's house and, like, touch her dice or something?
I can neither confirm or deny these accusations.
I would like you to just have a look at that map and think about where your tokens are, please.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just got like, now you see it running in my head. Row 4, line 5.
You might need to refresh your browsers.
Okay,
See
so
a
do you
new
want
map?
us just like back to...
Oh, look at that. We're safe and sound back outside. Sweet.
So do you want us basically in the same location? You just have to take everyone up a square and like basically that's it.
Just plonk yourselves roughly in the vicinity of where you feel you would be on that map based on where you were before.
Yeah, it's accurate-ish.
Yeah, it's all sort of just like over a bit.
trying to remember where the border was.
So I
The
was using
squares were the same number on the
Yeah.
pixel? On the map was the same squares?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay.
Are the spiky boys in roughly the same place as
Yeah.
they would have been in which case I am now in the place that I was, which it was basically one square up and one square over from where we were put
That's-
before when you
that's
came, when you
fine.
came in for those
That's
playing
fine.
along.
So you guys feel the floor underneath your feet break as the room itself loses cohesion. Chunks of it vanish into this darkness. You see bits of the wall spiral off out of sight. The light, the green light from the crystals that's been emanating through here this whole time dims dramatically until all you can really see is the very, very low glow on the chunks that you're standing on at the moment. As the mist is destroyed, you once again hear that shriek, that scream of pain from both Esmer and Danna. All of you are able to grab on to chunks of this floor or this building as it all starts to drift away from itself. Except for Miera. Miera, the floor under you shakes and you feel yourself starting to tumble over the edge into this blackness. Can you please make for me an athletics or acrobatics check to see whether or not you can grab on to like a chunk of the floor or something before you plunge off the side?
I'm going with acrobatics.
Okay. The rest of you cannot see Miera at all.
I rolled a 1, so I'm rolling again.
Okay. Halfling's
Can
luck.
you not touch my dice, please? Okay, 15. Oh, sorry, 17.
You slip as the floor under you tilts, and as you start to sort of spiral backwards, you reach out and just manage to grab a chunk of crystal. You can feel it cutting through the palm of your hand as you take 2 points of slashing damage from this really sharp shard.
I have 1 hit point left.
Jesus.
It is taking your supreme concentration to hold on to it, and you can feel the blood dripping down your hand, making your hand slick, and it's becoming increasingly harder to hold on to this chunk of crystal. The rest of you, the screen dies, and then you can hear this very quiet sobbing echoing through this seemingly endless space that you're now in. You look around and it's hard to know exactly where it's coming from. It seems simultaneously everywhere all at once, but also somewhere very vast and different.
Are we still in combat?
At this stage, we're going to say that you are out of combat.
Okay.
Blinky's going to fly up immediately to Miera. And I would like to cast Cure Wounds through Blinky onto her. If I can.
That spiritual weapon duration is a minute. So if we're out of combat, does it disappear, or I've got like 30 seconds of it?
You've probably got like 30, like if there's something that you were wanting to try and accomplish with it.
I just
a bit of time.
did a measure to where Miera is. I'm trying to work out whether healing or garden or whether the spiritual weapon can come on from make like a foot
Finish
foot
her off
rest.
for the
or-
best.
Yeah.
So put her out of her misery.
So
Yes, long live
No,
the king.
I can't. I
Okay.
can't. I've just
Right.
realised I can't move it over there. It was just more of like under her to try and let her step on to get back up.
Well,
Blinky can dash 60 feet.
Yep.
And he can use a reaction.
Yep.
To channel his magic.
So, the first thing you need to do, because as I said, it has become very dim here, is that you don't even know, you wouldn't be able to see Miera from where you are. There is the slightest chance I'll let you make
I
it.
can though, right?
You would be able to, but this is just Tiernan at the moment. So Tiernan, I'll get you to make a perception check for me to see whether or not you can pick up on her and whether or not you can do this, and then we'll bounce across from there.
I think Delgrim will assist with that by
Uh,
yelling
okay,
out,
okay.
"Is everyone okay? Everyone, we all here?" And give everyone an opportunity to respond, which might help Tiernan perhaps locate.
I rolled an
their
18 minus 1, so that's a 17.
Okay. So you shout out, Miera, you would hear Delgrim also shout that out. I've taken that roll into account, John.
And am I still hanging at this point?
Yep. So Rowan, if you were looking around as you hear Delgrim shout that out, you would also, because of your that vision, you would be able to see Miera.
Can I? So the reason I was asking about whether I was hanging or not was if I could possibly use my mage hand to just give me a bit of purchase, not to lift me up, but just so I can kick off and try and pull myself up.
It's mage hand is it's probably there's probably
It's
just
not,
like
it's
as
not
much
holding
as
my weight.
as much as you are the sweetest little halfling, mage hand's probably just not quite enough to do
It's
that.
10 pound. It can carry more than 10 pound. I just want to
You're-
use it to kick off.
I think
Miera, I get the Miera's got this torque meter out to find out how much, like the action of lifting, how much, like
okay, look,
Newton force it to take.
let's do it this way. So you're trying to pull yourself up, yeah?
I'm trying to pull myself up. Yes.
Okay. First thing I want you to do is I want you to make essentially a spell attack roll to see if you can manifest enough magical energy within the mage hand for it to give you any kind of benefit.
$22.
Sorry?
22.
Okay. Would like you to now make, because this is a strength-based thing you're trying to do, an athletics check, but you have manifested it just enough little extra oomph from this hand. I'll give you advantage on it. Rowan, you would be able to see this rather strange thing going on whilst people are calling out and all of the other
What
stuff.
I was gonna say is, can I because Blinky and I are buds. I know he only listens to Tiernan for instructions, but if he was being sent over that way to help Miera, then I would can I use functionally semaphore, but let's flavor it in a fantasy way to help direct him in that direction, given I can see him.
If you feel that you can see that Miera is requiring,
If she's hanging off of a piece of crystal, then I'm assuming she needs help.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I think between Delgrim calling out, you'd be able to see that Tiernan's trying to kind of peer off into the darkness. Like Tiernan, it's like you can just see maybe Miera with that roll. But then as sort of Rowan, and you're on mute, John, as well, just in case.
I don't need to technically see her. As long as Blinky can see her, I can send it through him.
But it was more the sense of, if you can't see her, you don't know if she needs the help. But between you kind of just getting that little glimpse of where she is, and you can kind of see something weird going on, and then Rowan that, and then Delgrim calling out for help. Miera, what was your roll?
I rolled an 8 and a 17. So if it was with advantage, 16.
Okay, excellent. I love negatives. The hand helps you up, and you find yourself kind of like half wrapped around this giant shard of crystal that's, excuse me, protruding from one of the pillars. And as you do, you can hear Rowan calling out directions to Blinky, along with Tiernan, also kind of the two of them coordinating. And the next thing you know, like Blinky's kind of like zoomed up beside you with his little headlight on.
Yeah.
Blinding me.
Yeah. And then you
Yep,
fall.
that's
Oh
Blinky.
no! Both hands.
Yeah.
And cast a cure wounds level 1 through. So
Okay.
10 hit points.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
Now, Hamish, while this
Yes.
is all happening, Grumpfel, knowing that he's got nothing to help Miera with, would have been looking around. Is the woman still there? Does he still see her? Is he getting a feeling of hostility from her? Because very aware that spiritual hammer's 30 seconds left. So if he couldn't help Miera, he's going to look around to see if she's still around, or the spirit, like the mirror images, are still around. Looking for any hostility from any of the combatants that were still around.
Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Uh, 15.
15. You look around and you can see that these chunks
Actually,
of this
sorry,
room-
looking at the wrong stat. I looked at performance, and perception is +6. That is 19. Sorry.
19. Okay, yeah, cool. So you can see that the chunks of this room are slowly moving and floating, gradually getting very, very slowly sort of further and further apart. She's definitely not where she was before, but you get a glimpse further down, probably around here on the map where my pointer is.
Not over here by the spiritual weapon.
Not over
sure.
there. You get a glimpse of what appears to be a huddled form.
Can I see that it's her, or I just see a huddled form?
You just see a huddled form.
Okay. And from what I can see, I can neither determine hostility or intention. I could just see. Okay, cool. Alrighty.
Miera's still hanging on.
Okay,
To that.
given that Delgrim sort of refresh my memory with helping Miera, then Delgrim, you didn't actually do anything that was more Tiernan and Blinky. If I saw this huddled form, I would Grumpfel would tap you on the shoulder and point it out.
Okay.
We still have company.
Maybe Tiernan and I share thought. We think it's probably Danna in some way or form. And so these motes of the remainders of the room that we're in, you said they're floating?
Mm-hmm.
Delgrim is going to pull out the grappling crossbow, I think. Just to make it cool instead of trying to jump over and failing and falling to his death. And we'll kind of turn to Grumpfel and say, check on the others, my friends, see if they need your assistance, perhaps. And Delgrim's going to shoot into the crystal on that southmost moat then.
Okay.
With the grappling crossbow.
Yep.
And just kind of walk around the crystal on his moat and try to kind of bring them closer together in that way.
Oh, so like trying to pull. Interesting. Okay.
Mm.
You fire the crossbow and you watch with the strange wire attached to it as it sails across this space, and digs deep into the crystal or one of the crystals on the piece of floor where this form seems to be. Trying to pull them together. I'd like you to make for me an athletics check, please.
Sure. 17 plus 5. Yeah, that's what's that? 22.
You kind of wind it around that pillar, like you said, to sort of use it for some extra leverage, and you start pulling. Grumpfel, you'd notice, like, you've Delgrim's always seemed a bit, stronger than most of you, but this time you can really see the corded muscles on his arms as he very, very slowly starts to pull these two giant sort of shards of floor towards each other until they kind of bump onto either side of the central piece here that I'm marking now. As they come closer, all of you down here, so that's Tiernan, can see that it does indeed appear to be the woman that has been in the room the whole time, but she seems to be collapsed and sort of curled up in the fetal position. While this is going on, Rowan, what are you doing? I'll get back to you in just a tick, John.
Mm-hmm. No, I was just wondering where she was, because she's not on the map anymore.
I will put her back on. I will put her back on. I will put her back on. There we go.
So, just to clarify, the gap between the bit that Miera is on and the bit that I am on is void?
Correct.
Cool. I'm going to move myself to over here.
Yep.
Mostly so that... And then I'm going to take... Because I know that Miera basically can't see... I have torches and stuff in my kit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to light one so that she can see.
Cool.
Because she's currently using her hands for other things.
Yes, she certainly is.
Which also hopefully will allow others to see where we are.
Blinky's there with his light on as well, but the torches absolutely help.
Gonna give more visibility than little Blinky.
Yep, for sure. Awesome. So Miera, you can now sort of glance over your shoulder and you can see Rowan on this other chunk of floor lighting a torch or two and sort of putting them down so that it's very easy to see where she is as you sort of cling to this giant shard of crystal.
Blinky
also, hopefully then that light would help
assist.
you see the ground and things like that as well. So that you can...
If Blinky could, he would try to assist Miera as much as possible.
Yep. Well, Miera, what are you trying to do?
I'd like to try and pull myself further up if I can, so I'm not dingling anymore. That would be helpful.
Well, at this stage, imagine there's sort of like a giant piece of crystal and you're kind of like almost sort of on top of it, kind of racked around. You could try and make your way across to where sort of the broken stairs are.
Yeah, I would like to try and shimmy my way across.
Cool. So with the extra light that Rowan has provided, with Blinky there as well, it's a lot easier to do that. You would manage to navigate your way sort of across to about here. There's a couple of times where you reach out for a piece of crystal and there's nothing there, but suddenly Blinky's like under your arm, under your hand, helping to kind of like hold you up a little bit. The flickering from the torches from Rowan just helping to illuminate where you need to put your feet as well as the beam from Blinky.
Thank you. Is that all I'm able to do at this point?
We'll bounce back to the other guys for the moment. So you've kind of all pulled everything across to the middle. Tiernan, what are you up to while all this, of course, is going on as well?
Well, Blinky will be acting by himself on his own volition at the moment.
Yeah.
How dark is this place?
It's like there's a very low green glow from the the chunks of
Okay.
the floor. Seeing much beyond that would be very difficult.
Okay.
Considering those shadow folk and bad memories, it's very dark.
Well, he can. Can I even see very far? Because I don't have dark vision.
You would be able to see Delgrim and Grumpfel because they're kind of like on the edge, and so there'd be like this very, very low green glow. There'd almost be like just sort of these two very dark greenish outlines. The woman you would not be able to probably spot from where you are, but you'd be able to see that the islands are kind of moving together. So obviously someone's trying to do something, and it looks like Delgrim's straining to do something.
Well, then first thing Tiernan will do is take observation of the surroundings, and we'll actually start tapping the ground with his foot and trying to shake it a little bit to see if it actually moves, to get sort of an idea about the what's the word I'm looking for? Not the gravity of the situation, but
Stability.
basically trying to work out just exactly is he standing on?
Trying to tell if terra firma is indeed firmer.
Yeah.
So
How firm is the ground beneath his feet?
You push on the ground,
If it's standing on a sacred rock or solid.
and like it
Thank
doesn't
you,
really,
Heath. I was trying to work that joke out.
and it doesn't really move.
Go, Anna.
And you stamp your foot, and you actually feel a crunch and a crack under your foot. And you kind of take a step back, and you look down, and you can see there is now a new large crack running across this piece that you're on. It did move a little bit. It feels, the buoyancy of it feels very unusual. It's not like it's something floating in water, but it's also not something which is solid either.
Right. And I can see those two pulling the things together.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I would probably start rummaging around in my backpack for a rope and makeshift up for lack of a better word, what do I have? I do have rope. So
the gap, just to give you an idea, because the dimensions on the map might be a little bit confusing, I'm not sure. The gap between where you are and like the rock, like that central one there, it's probably only 5 or 6 feet.
Okay.
So like if you're wanting to head in that direction, I would make you do a roll. I'll be very clear about that.
Well,
but it's
actually,
not
what
going to
Tiernan
be.
is actually looking at is he's seeing the grappling hook that Delgrim has shot off.
Yep.
And his way of thinking, I'm assuming it's like a perfect line to the south.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to do is try to take my rope and try to attach the rope to it. So I would take some weighty object to make the rope weighted and try to throw it over to sort of create another link to pull further on. Does that make sense?
So what are you trying to accomplish by doing?
Like a T-section. Your rope onto the center of.
Yes, I'm just trying to create
Delgrim's
connection points.
Okay.
I don't have a grapple. And I know I don't have a grapple. So I can see the rope from his crossbow. I'm familiar with the equipment.
Yep.
So I would grab a something heavy from my backpack. Block and tackle probably isn't in good use, so I'll probably use the crowbar, tie it to the end of the rope, and act like a makeshift grapple, and try to rope Delgrim's rope, so I can pull as they get closer. Pull it closer together. I'm not going to pull on it. I'm not going to pull on it until they get closer in, so I can pull my own island.
So that all
There's
three get pulled together.
sections,
Yes.
kind of.
Yeah.
So that our two will
Merge.
connect, and then I can unhook and can keep going with them.
Two become one. Okay. Make a. Let's make a straight intelligence
Spicy.
roll.
intelligence.
Let's actually no, look. Let's lean into the skills. Make an investigation check for me as you investigate the ways of constructing something which will enable you to do this.
Okay, 19.
19. Cool. Look, yeah, you work out some super clever way of having it where logically, if you throw it, there might be a way to kind of like almost whip, like have it. Like if you get enough velocity with the crowbar, it'll maybe twirl around a couple of times or something super fucking smart, which I'm not. So having done that, I now would like you to make a probably either an athletics check or an attack roll with an improvised weapon, and it's not going to be dex based because this is heavy.
Athletics +0.
Mhm.
Improvised weapon would be strength.
Yep.
+0. So
Let's roll a d20 and see what we get.
let's roll a d20.
What are you feeling good about?
Oh, 18.
There you
Mr.
go.
2020. Yay! There
See?
we go.
Yeah, they saved up from the last session.
It's McTiernan. Just need to get him a fedora.
God.
Indiana DeParlin. I don't know.
Everyone just starts getting hats.
Yeah,
This campaign is the hat campaign.
the hat campaign. Oh my god, yes. So you managed to do that, and you create that nice little T junction. Pulling your kind of island closer would require another athletics check.
12.
12. Between the tension of the fact that you're trying to use it kind of like a connecting piece of rope and what you've set up, and the fact that you're not super strong, like you're trying, and the plan's
Very
got merit.
trying.
The plan's got merit. Unfortunately, the body is not willing at this point in time. But you guys do see that those other two islands have kind of connected in the middle now. I'm going to very, very quickly bounce back to Rowan and Miera. What are you guys wanting to do? I'll get back to Delgrim and Grumpfel too.
Meanwhile, this woman down in the other one's just going like to watch, like when you guys are ready, I'll just be over here.
Well, I think if Mira's on solid ground and she can see that Rowan is not too far away, she'll take a moment before she moves any further and will reach out to Danna in her mind and ask her, you know, if she's still there, what's going on, like what's happening. Just trying to suss out if she's even still around.
You reach out and you sort of take hold of the crystal that you've been carrying with you. You can hear the sobbing in this space as well, but as you take hold of the crystal and try and reach out to Danna, it's like there are two people quietly weeping. The one that you can hear in this strange space and the one in your mind. But you don't get any response.
And in that case, the only other thing I would like to do is see if I could possibly try and move over to where Rowan is.
It's only like a 5-foot jump. Like I'll get you to make an athletics check.
I'd rather I didn't.
You know, I mean, like if,
Minus, but you know.
if you roll really bad, there might be some problems. But I'm sure Rowan's ready to catch you.
Yeah.
Sure, or push you. I'm not sure which. Depends.
10.
10. Yeah, that's a piece of cake. You're able to jump across that little gap. And both you and Rowan are now on that large chunk. Yeah.
And I will definitely tap or put my hand on Rowan's shoulder and give her a very hearty thank you for saving me from falling in the dark.
Right, shall we go find the others then? Because she can turn around and she can see, but obviously she knows that you can't.
Yep.
Blinky's just looking at you.
Thank you, Blinky. Won't forget to say thank you to Blinky. And yeah, I will just obviously follow Rowan because I can't see very much.
Cool. All right. You guys head down towards where the others are, and you can now see that as Blinky heads down that way to sort of illuminate the space. You guys are a bit separated from the rest now because, of course, they've sort of pulled their island down and you're further away.
Mm-hmm.
Probably at this stage, almost you could potentially jump to this small one here, but the jump across to where Tiernan would be further and possibly a bit riskier.
What about the islands down the right-hand side of the map? They're still the sort of same distance?
Yeah. So again, it's still like you're starting to look at like about a 10-foot gap to jump across there. So either way, for the two halflings, there's going to be one sort of jump which would be probably a bit riskier than anything else.
And Rowan, what is the distance, because I can't tell because I can't see the squares, from the bottom of our rock now to, let's say, wherever Grumpfel has ended, like Grumpfel and Delgrim have ended up? Like, what is the distance?
So it's probably about 15 feet, because that would be about 5. It's basically just gone straight south, which is about 2 squares. So it's going to be about 15 feet.
Okay. I'm going to pull the big 50-foot of hempen rope that's hanging on the back of my pack off.
Yep.
And hand one end to Blinky.
Yep.
And I'm going to try and I'm going to hold on to the other end.
Yep.
But basically the idea being that he's liable if he was given the instruction to go back to either Tiernan or go to Delgrim and Co. So give him an instruction to that effect. But obviously he's going to do what he wants because he's not under my control.
Yep. Look, it's Blinky. He is more than happy to do as he has been requested. He probably flies back to these two, to Delgrim and Grumpfel, near that. And if you guys were wanting to, it would be easy to secure like a rope line across that space.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, because Blinky would just pick up the rope and circle around it.
Yeah. And the crystals are big enough and fractured enough that there's plenty of space to like tie it around and secure it really, really tightly without any issues.
Yeah, she'd certainly be trying to make sure it wasn't going to like slice itself off while they were using it.
Yeah.
So
for the sake of brevity, we will say that basically at this point in time, all of you have effectively got together close to where the sobbing figure of this woman is. What would you like to do?
Delgrim would like to approach her as calmly as possible.
This is the point where Hamish says she teleports to the top of the map.
Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah. So slowly, cautiously, calmly kind of approaches this sobbing woman. Just kind of kneels probably behind her. He'll carefully just like place a hand on one shoulder, maybe even. Donna, if this is in fact you in some way, there may be some way I can help you recover from the grief that you feel at this time, from this deep sorrow. But I would not do so first without your permission.
The woman looks up at you from her huddled position, barely able to see her eyes through the tangled mess of her hair. Her eyes at this stage are red and bloodshot from crying. I couldn't save them. I couldn't save any of them. They put their trust and their faith and me and my siblings, and they all died. So many died because we couldn't protect them. So many lives lost because of us, because of what we couldn't do.
We're all.
Did you try?
If sorry, just very quickly, we're all here. Like it's
Yep.
not just Delgrim. Okay,
Yep.
Danna is not saying me, we. Can I get an insight check to see if I believe that this is Danna and only Danna?
I don't. Insight kind of doesn't work that way. Like insight
Okay.
would be like it's the
Or,
intent
perce-
behind the
or
words.
perception or something.
Even perception. So in this
Okay.
respect, there's no kind of
No,
check
sorry.
that you could make to ascertain. Like you're correct in regards to picking up on the use of language, but whether or not who this person is, no idea.
Sorry.
John?
Tiernan would is obviously there, so he will kneel down and put his hands in hers and basically take her hands in hers and try to get her to stand up and say, "It's easy to question what you could have done. Let's worry about what you can do now," and try to get her to her feet. Regrets will hold you down forever. All you can do is move forward.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Dirty 20.
Sorry?
Bam!
20.
He is,
Dirty 20.
he is all over it tonight.
Jesus. If you ever complain about dice rolls again, I'm just going to send you the first half of this episode.
Yeah.
Well, I'm at the
Like-
make up for it, clearly.
It's like, look, shut the fuck up.
It was pretty bad last session. I couldn't
was
roll over
pretty
10. I couldn't roll over 10.
But hey, this is the way the dice roll. It makes it
Yeah.
even more epic.
Yeah.
For a moment, it feels like she's not going to move. And her hands are just loose in your grip. She hasn't actually taken hold of you when you place your hands on hers. But as you say that, you can feel just the slightest bit of pressure as she takes them and pulls herself up to at least a sitting position. And she looks at the five of you as you're clustered around on this small floating chunk of emerald chamber that is currently drifting in essentially nothingness. We're a broken person. I want to move on. I can feel all the hate, all the rage has left me. But I'm still broken. I'm still missing that part of me, which makes me whole.
Tiernan will probably look over towards Grumpfel at this point.
Is Miera close enough to
Yeah.
hand? Can I reach out the Danna shard towards her? So Miera will hold the Danna shard out towards the figure and see if she wants it, I guess.
Will this help?
She looks at that for a moment and then looks at each of you her eyes just holding each of yours for just the briefest of moments. She reaches out with one hand and just puts it very gently on the shard. And you watch as very, very small light in the shard appears and starts to grow more and more brighter and brighter as this green light just starts to fill this massive void, illuminating all these parts of this floating floor that are just orbiting almost around you. It gets so bright that you almost can't look at it. And then there's a flare. And you hear in all of your minds 2 voices at once go, "Thank you." And that's where we'll go to break. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. And we'll get to the next stage of the battle. Awesome. I mean, the next...
Incredible.
Right, Freudian slip.
How many hit points does Miera have?
Yeah.
11 now.
Oh, God.
As always,
Come on.
thank you very much for everyone who's been hanging around with us for this first half. I hope you're having fun. Thank you for spending time with us. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll go from there. See you soon.
Well,
Woo, woo, woo. Okay, hey, we're back. Hey, as always, thank you very much again to everyone who is choosing to spend their time hanging out with us tonight. Time is the most valuable thing that we've got, and the fact that you've chosen to spend it with us, even when the DM can't talk right, is really nice. So thank you. So, returning back to our heroes, there's that flash of bright light. All of you are just blinded for a moment. And when you recover, you find yourselves back in the destroyed library in exactly the same places that you were before Miera had touched the crystal of Danna to the giant crystal of Esmer. But things are somewhat different now. That giant crystal, which when you first came here was of a very dark green, which emanated little to no light, is now almost clear with just the slightest tinges of green. And the entire space is bathed in a warm light. You can now see, as you look up and around more clearly, that there are spiral staircases down the sides of this enormous room leading up to more shelves of books. Probably another 3 levels of books just along the walls. And around this space, you get a much clearer picture. There's obviously been some kind of conflict or battle here. You can see from the ceiling, like giant chunks of rock have fallen, and it's these that are surrounding the giant crystal. You can see all of the shattered bookcases and furnitures, the destroyed books, where obviously some kind of conflict has happened here. You can see now, obviously, things which have been burned to a cinder, ashes around, various other displays of power. Around the crystal itself, you can see glinting in this light small piles of coins. Gold, silver, copper. Not a lot, but scattered around this space, along with other bits and pieces which you can see obscured beneath the broken pieces of rock and furniture. All of you, including you, Rowan, hear in your mind, we probably can also just think about close down the battle map too, Saz. All of you hear in your mind a singular voice, not the voice of Danna, but similar. It's not the voice of Esmer either. Thank you, my friends, for accomplishing what I have asked you to do for me. You have made me once again whole. And for this, I shall be eternally grateful and forever in your debt, my friends. As these words echo through your minds, the glow from this crystal just embraces you. There is just this warmth emanating from it. It's almost, you can almost feel the appreciation radiating from this crystalline form.
Oh, you're most welcome. And then Tiernan's literally just going to collapse on the ground, arms out displayed on his back. Oh, that was so intense.
Delgrim's gonna just do a vibe check on Rowan real quick at this point.
Define
There's a voice back in her head. You could see the second that the voices come through, she's stiffened noticeably. Given it's, as you said, Ham, it's come through into everyone's head. She's not pleased, but but you probably couldn't tell for what reason, unless you would attribute it to there being a voice in her head, given you can hear one.
Like there's like a perhaps not obvious, but like a reaction that she's definitely heard the same thing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case, I think Delgrim's probably going to approach the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just like lay a hand on it and just he's got some adrenaline running through his veins. He's feeling really good about what the group has just accomplished and been through and done. Tiernan like fucked up a dragon. That was cool. You know, he's feeling pretty
Tiernan's
good.
on his back at this point in time amongst some rubble. Blinky's looking at him funny.
Yeah.
When you put the hand, when you put your hand on the crystal, it's warm. Like it almost feels like alive in some way. Like it doesn't feel like the cold, harsh crystal that you've encountered before. There is definitively something warm and alive about this thing.
Yeah. Out loud, Delgrim will say, "It warms my heart that you have been restored. But I remind you, some of my friends have conditions for this relationship that we have made."
The voice will just be in your head this time, Delgrim. I am aware of these conditions, and will talk with this friend of yours. And if they decide that they wish to no longer hear my voice, then I will honor those conditions. But it is important to me that I am able to express my gratitude at this time. And alas, this is the only way in which I'm able to communicate.
You have no other form which you can take, Delgrim says, with just like the slightest hint of disappointment in his eyes that they're not currently talking to like an ancient dragon of some kind.
This is the only form that I have. Although over time, how I am able to manipulate it may change now that I am one again. But this is a rarity for my kind. And so it will take me some time to understand exactly how this will work.
And I feel we too have many questions as to where it is, what it is we do from here. But perhaps I know not how my friends feel, but I'm quite weary. I am, I think, ready for small downtime to recover from the experience we have just had. But I would very much like to continue conversation and explore how we can help each other, perhaps.
The voice goes through everyone's mind except for Rowan's and says, "You're welcome to rest here for as long as you wish. My home is now your home. There is not much here that we'll be able to offer from a comfort point of view. Alas, this place has been deserted for far too long. But I will ensure that I keep watch over all of you to make sure you are safe. It is the least I can do. for what you have given me now.
What should we call you by now? Is it still Danna?
My name is Esmer, now that I am once again one, and that was my known name.
It is great to meet you, Esmeralda.
And you, Tiernan. Now, rest, and in good time we shall have further conversations. I believe I may have some gifts to offer you.
Does that mean we're going to be leveling up, or?
Wow. Holy shit.
Wow, that was quick.
Look, I was excited. I had to check.
So before we move on, can I just ask a quick question? Has she kind of tapered off, like, as in not talking anymore?
The number you have dialed is disconnected.
So at that stage she stops. Yeah.
I just at the mention of it's the least she can do. Miera's probably thinking at Esmeralda. Esmer offered some things before you were made whole. I don't necessarily want the power that was offered, but the answers. Can you help with that? Or was that an empty promise?
Some of Esmer's words were empty and hollow. But there may be some things I can assist with. I sense some of the questions that you may have, Miera. Some I may be able to answer and some I may not. But for now, rest. And then we shall look into these things.
Thank you.
Rowan. You can sort of see all your friends sort of standing around, obviously kind of like that, you can see that they're sort of listening to stuff. And then after a minute, the voice of Esmeralda sounds in your head. I am aware that you do not want my presence in your mind, Rowan. But I did want to offer my gratitude for everything that you have done for me, despite your reluctance. This is the only way that I can communicate. But if you wish for me to refrain from speaking to you and entering your mind in this fashion, I will respect that.
I don't like things coming into my head when I don't know they're going to do it, and I don't like it happening without me expressly saying you can. You said to me before that you weren't going to do it again, and you've done it now twice. So why should I trust that you wouldn't do it again anyway?
That is fair. And as I've said, if you choose, this will be the final time. But I felt it important this once to at least express my gratitude. I cannot offer much beyond that, unfortunately.
She's going to look across to the group. I assume that Delgrim is doing something else, not looking at her for any particular reason.
No, I think at this stage Delgrim would be scoping out a place to collapse. Yeah.
Cool. She would look at the back of his head functionally, and say to the voice in her head, "How about this? If you have to talk to me, you ask, and you ask through him."
Very well. That seems more than fair.
She's just going to nod, and like that's sort of the end of the conversation. She's not going into it any further than that. It's the idea of like she just doesn't want the randomness, but if there is something she needs to be spoken to about, then it can come through permission through Delgrim.
Yep. As you all go about now sort of finding a space to settle in and rest your weary bones, all of you except Rowan here in your head, after you have rested, I would like to bestow upon each of you a gift. But also you are welcome to find whatever you can amongst the rubble that is here and take it with you. I do not know what has survived over these thousands of years, or what was plundered from here after my death.
Are there books?
It's the library. So many books.
So many books.
You can
almost hear like a smile in Esmeralda's voice. There are many books here, Tiernan.
Tiernan immediately sits up suddenly.
Although I cannot guarantee the state that they are in, considering how long they have been down here for.
Does mending work on age?
I wish.
Oh, dude, fucking well played.
Thank you for making a joke that my brain wasn't willing to make.
Excellent.
Oh my.
Oh no, does mending work on like
Absolutely in
restoration?
character conversation.
Mhm.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So with that, oh, and at the end, Esmeralda says, Delgrim, Rowan has asked that in the future, if I wish to communicate with her, to ask you to pass on the request. This way I can respect her desires with me not entering her mind unannounced.
They seem like valid compromise.
I agree. All right. So now you guys can't have a long rest because you've had a long rest not that long ago, but you're able to have a short rest.
So we're
But for the moment, what would you guys like to do before reconvening with Esmeralda?
Well, Tiernan will probably barely get a short rest before making a beeline for any sort of written material he can suss out and basically just explore whatever written material is available to him, going from one to one to one until he finds something which is legible.
Yep. Okay. Cool. He's going book hunting. Delgrim, what are you
Basically.
doing?
I think Delgrim will fairly respectfully kind of just check the area for anything that might be of interest to him. And honestly, there's probably not a lot other than references to very specific things or any, like, you know, cool little weaponry type stuff. But while doing that, he'll go to kind of each member of the party and he'll be like, Tiernan, I cannot believe that you actually destroyed a dragon. That was amazing. How did it feel when it shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces?
I was rather confused at that point, and it was this big thing in front of me, so I hit it.
Yeah. Delgrim will kind of slap him on the back. You did so well, my friend. You did very good. And to Grumpfel, he'd say, Grumpfel, I felt you were very close to the very bad and dark place. I'm so glad that you were able to pull through.
Twice.
Twice. You're feeling okay. It must have been very harrowing for you.
It was not something I expected, but something that I knew could result. I have not felt this way since I had my calling to follow Kamateon. And though it feels fulfilling, it also, I feel bereft of something. And I think I will need to reflect on this once we are back to an area that is more known to us than where we are, despite our invitation to stay. I will definitely need to commune and process, but I am glad that we have done what we set out to do here.
I hope this process helps you, but something I think you should perhaps consider is, if nothing else, one thing you can take with you back to your home when all of this is said and done is a deeper understanding of the terror light upon which your people rely.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I shall endeavour to communicate with my clan elder. But I look forward to reading that book.
And on that, Delgrim will spot Miera immediately, just bolt away from Grumpfel to Miera. Oh my God, Miera, that was amazing. You did the thing and you touched the crystal to the big crystal and we went into the great fight place. You gave the crystal again. It's basically your entire fault that we even survived. You did so great. It was amazing.
And Miera will put her little hand up to give him a high five, and we'll say, I feel like our brains shared the same ideas a few times, but she will say that in a almost like she's trying to do Delgrim's accent back to him.
So how exactly would that play out?
It would be. Oh, this is difficult.
Yeah, welcome.
Where's my popcorn? Where's my
brains
popcorn?
shared the same ideas.
Like, yeah, his kind of eyebrows will furrow, his brow furrow a little bit at that, but then just a hearty laugh. Puts his hand up for a second high five, super excited.
Adventuring.
And then to Rowan, much more serious, like almost immediately. Rowan, I'd like to thank you for persisting with us and believing that however much doubt is there that we can overcome such situation. I hope once we are rested and I have further conversation with Esmer Danna to learn more about your circumstances. The strange things that have happened to you, in which you disappear and are replaced with other people. I do not know if we'll gain such knowledge, but it is my hope we can benefit from this.
I think it is important, Delgrim, to protect the people who protect you, whether you like the situation they've gotten themselves into or not. If my Da can do that for me, then I can do that for all of you.
And do that you did. I truly believe, if not for your strange magic chewing at that mist, perhaps I would no longer be superior Delgrim. So thank you.
She just sort of nods and doesn't wander off, but walks away. She's going to walk over to Grumpfel for a minute because there's a conversation that she wants to have with him. But you very much get the sense that she is worried that because we have successfully gotten through this, that it is going to make certain members of the party more reckless in the future. Like she is not at all comfortable with the idea that like, yes, they've gotten through this, but cool.
I would call it calculated risk.
You would. You almost. You didn't die twice.
There was no calculator involved. It was like 1, 2, 7, 10, 5. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. And that's all. Delgrim just wanted to check in with everyone and explain how proud he was of everyone because he's had a very, very good time in this place.
So, Rowan?
Yeah, Rowan's going to walk across to Grumpfel and do that shoulder bump thing that people do to get someone's attention who might be off in their own little world.
Oh, he's definitely.
To you, it's like, she tries not to do it too hard because we could well and truly hip and shoulder each other into oblivion.
Grumpfel sitting down, kind of eyes closed, sort of thing, and just opens the one eye, knowing full well before he opens the eye who it was.
Mm-hmm. You all right?
That was taxing in both mental and physical, I suspect, for a lot of us. In different degrees, but for all of us, mental and physically taxing.
I have heard, Grumpfel, that friendship is born at the moment when one person says to another, "What, you too? I thought I was the only one." I think we're all tired. And I think we all need to get out of here. And I have concerns that the others are going to make difficult choices come the future.
I suspect those difficult choices will be made quickly and lightly. But yes. Yes, indeed. Twice today, I have stared into the face of my caller. Though they have not spoken to me, that the situation has. And yes, I do not want us as a group briskly pushing through decisions.
I am glad, Grumpfel, that we do not have you anymore. It makes me think what you've just said of an old song that I don't remember if you met the guy behind the bar back in my hometown.
I think I did in passing.
He's a fan of a song and a story.
I can't recall his name. Starts with a Y.
That's not important now. I know you care about names, but it's not important now. What's important is he told me of a poem. It's old. And it goes something like, "Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me." And I think we have managed, in your case twice today, to somewhat stop death. Because we need you still here now.
I think that is partially true. I think that we today, not we, you, on my behalf today, everyone as a group, on my behalf today, stopped death. But I truly believe that Kamateon looked at my purpose and wholeheartedly decided it was not my time to join him but to stay here and help you.
He's gonna like do that little kid with head on dad's shoulder thing and just stop talking. They don't need to say anything else.
Okay.
Whilst everyone else is setting up for camp. They're just gonna sit.
So who's out and about sort of searching or looking around for bits and pieces? Like you can have a bit of a rest, you can have a bit of a rummage around for stuff as well if you would like.
Grumpfel wants to, but he's quite frankly stuffed. I think it's going to take a moment or 7 to sit.
Yeah, so Delgrim will, again, fairly respectfully, because he doesn't want to just like loot the joint, have a squiz around after chatting with everyone.
Sorry, I completely missed that.
Yeah, Delgrim will have a squiz around as well.
Okay. Anyone who is wanting to have a look around for bits and bobs, I would like you to roll a perception check for me.
Not investigation?
It's all booby trapped.
No, it's probably more of a perception thing here.
Nat 20
Hey!
on the chonk.
Okay, natural 20. All right.
I think I need to get myself a chunk. But
Yeah.
14.
15.
I know a
14,
person I
14.
can hook you up if you like, John.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
She's lovely. She'll only charge you 3 times.
So what was anyone else having a look around?
Grumpfel later. He's pooped. He's sitting.
More than happy for you to do the roll now if you would like. We can just kind of roll some of the stuff together.
Yeah, cool.
In fact, let's just get everyone. I'm sure everyone at some stage, unless you specifically don't want to.
Got this image of Delgrim running around grabbing everyone by the hand. Come, man, we are looking.
Okay.
So that's the one thing that you'll notice is Delgrim is being like respectful in his searching efforts.
Perception, did you say?
Perception.
I got a 17.
Okay. 24.
Holy fucking shitballs.
He's got +6 to perception. I rolled an 18.
That'll do it.
10.
10? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start from the bottom and work the way up. Rowan, can you roll a d20 for me, please?
What does that say? 16. Yes, 16.
Okay.
Contrast of numbers is good.
With your rummaging around, looking for various bits and pieces, you find, like, you pick up a few books, and like so many of the books, you kind of, it's either the text is worn off or you try to open them and they just sort of disintegrate. But you find one which seems to be in surprisingly good condition. It's got some kind of material or something that's made it very, very well preserved. It appears to be, when you open it up, it's full of music. And you can see that it appears to be written by the composer Wildebar Compassage.
Can you, when we get a second, could you send me his name written down? Because I'm not going to be able to spell that correctly.
I feel like there's a lot of silent letters in there.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Silent Q.
What's the sum total of apostrophes in that?
Yeah.
All
All of a sudden, it's Klingon.
Oh, God.
Klingon battle hymns.
But it seems to be, like, I mean, you know, considering how old this place is, there is probably something of not insignificant value around something this ancient. Tiernan, roll d20 for me.
12.
12.
Oh, that is not at all how I would have spelled that. Cool. Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not even sure if I pronounced it right, but hey, look, it's fun and games. So
There's no vowels in his first name.
I know, isn't it amazing?
Wow.
I can almost see Kate's brain breaking on screen. It's amazing. These musicians and their silly names, you know what they're like. It's like Prince, it's just a symbol.
Mozart, Dostoevsky.
Yeah. Tiernan, you're searching around. There's there's various books. You run into the same trouble that I was just illustrating before. So many of the books just disintegrate. They weren't designed to be down in a place like this for this period of time. You get snippets of stuff as you open pages up, but you find tucked underneath a fallen bookcase, like a large sort of cylindrical sort of canvas bag, and when you open it up, inside you can see there's a bolt of some kind of strange cloth that's got... There's something very unusual about it. It's not just normal sort of cloth of some description. Anything like that down here would have disintegrated, years and years ago. There's almost a strange kind of shimmer to it, and you would be familiar enough with things magical that there's something magical
more to it,
nature of this thing to it, but you're not 100% sure what.
I have to put that away to time to inspect later.
Miera, can you roll a d20 for me, please?
Ten.
Sorry?
10.
10.
Here comes all the low rolls.
Searching through, looking for stuff. This is probably the most perfect thing for Miera to find. This is ridiculous. You find like an old battered chest, and it's
Hey, I'm using that. Thank you. I'm healing over here. Sorry, continue.
And it's the locks on it's broken. Like there's been some rocks and stuff that have fallen over. When you've opened it up, you can see inside there is a small, very elegant another little box, which is in remarkably good condition. When you open it up, you can see in there are 4 little compartments, and in each of those you can see what appears to be some different type of sort of spice. Now,
are any of them like a red color, like a really red color?
No, none of them are. None of them are going to let you see through space and time.
Hey, that said, make your eyes blue.
I want to try some.
Listen, alligator.
I knew that. I felt like that was going to happen. We were just immediately tasting the spice.
You like just the tiniest bit, and there's just a very strange sort of tingle. There is something otherworldly about these, which you would probably need to spend a bit more time investigating to understand. Because you guys are doing a short rest, and just to kind of speed the process a little bit up, I'm going to tell you what some of the stuff is, just for you to note down. I will give you details a little bit later on. Tiernan, what you found was a bolt of glamour weave. Miera, what you found is called a spice box of zest.
I love a spicy box.
Then is about to get 10 times better.
Fucking shit biscuits. All right, Delgrim, you don't get to roll the dice after that. Sorry, you lose.
That's fair.
The grommet has awoken.
As Madonna just slaps you over the top of the head. Mental slap.
Yeah. Okay, Delgrim, roll a d20 for me.
Man. 17.
17.
On the edge of.
You go through, same thing, process digging through all of this stuff, and there's just all sorts of broken bits and pieces, but you uncover, buried under a bunch of stuff, this very ornate belt buckle, which depicts 2 dragons fighting.
Yeah.
This is very, very ornate. And is a buckle of protection +2.
Noted.
Delgrim, roll your dice. D20.
Just did.
Grumpfel.
Delgrim, Grumpfel. Fuck. I don't know. Oh, you-
Hey, whoa, is that a request or you ordering us to?
Yeah,
No!
wait.
So roll the dice.
Is
Roll the
there like a
dice.
saving throw for that, or
Roll the
Only got
dice.
the spice
I
for a few
choose-
seconds.
I
God.
choose to fail.
I choose to fail. I was that close and
The
it was like,
underbros take it to the next level.
Delgrim, do you even lift
We've
throw?
lost the GM.
Go on.
Radiant shadows, but make it spicy.
Well, you do have that box.
Spicy shadows.
All right, sorry. All right, as you were.
Radiant spice. Anyway,
I'm not sorry at all.
Rainbow shadows, I don't care. Okay, who's rolling what?
you, Heath, roll a D20.
Okay. For that one, out of my Q Workshop dice, I'm going to roll the dwarf dice.
Okay.
Ooh, 16.
Okay. You uncover this very strange staff. It's made of this very dense black wood. It's actually a little bit similar to the woods near Rowan's hometown, funnily enough. And it's capped in iron. This is what is known as a stun stick.
Stun stick.
Let me note down.
Interesting.
Where is that? Okay. Now just bear with me. It's super not interesting while I'm typing messages to people who are sending me messages. Too many secret messages while people are trying to kill each other.
Whoa.
Okay, I've had a couple of requests for bits and pieces from people. So we're gonna go through and just work some of that shit out now. So firstly, I am going to throw things over to Miera. Miera, I believe there was something. You've got the spell slot?
Yep. Yep, I do.
Okay. Miera, what is it that whilst everyone is off searching around and stuff like that, what is it that you wanted to do?
Well, Miera will have set up herself a little bedroll and all that sort of stuff and make herself comfortable while everyone's still kind of searching things up. And she is going to use her last third level spell slot to use sending. And I am going to send a message to Larry Zambol. So
Wow.
using 25 words. I'm going to say, hey, Larry, did you get my letters? We just fought a crystal dragon. What are you doing? Are you still in Greenfields? And I will leave it with just 2 words. Oh, it's Miera.
Yep.
Signing off on the mail, always
Yeah.
a good choice.
Yep. Hugs and kisses. Oh shit, out of words.
Yeah, I was waiting for you don't write, you don't call.
Fuck. Larry.
And you thought Delgrim was the risk taker.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say, "Hey, Larry, I got the spices."
Yeah, it's KFC time. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Oof.
Wow. Okay. A response. I have to try and count his voice myself too.
In his voice too.
Yeah. Thanks
No
for the
pressure.
reminder, Heath.
Is
Wait,
this just all like an elaborate plan just to make him do the voice again? Because if
Just so I can try and think
I'm
back
on board.
like so fucking far. Fuck me, holy shit. No, that wasn't any kind of thing. Well. If it isn't the tasty little Miera. I got one of your letters. Never received a letter before. It was delightful. How many words am I up to?
23.
Yeah.
From Larry. Oh, it's Larry. He says at the end.
Kind of think that they'd know that. You don't-
Sorry, does that feeling that you get like deep in, I don't know about you, but certainly in my bones and loins hearing that voice, does that not make it obvious that
Oh,
it's Larry?
God.
Was it out of curiosity? Was that out loud, Miera, when you
Sending.
said sending, or was it all internal?
I think it can it be both if it's sending?
What is it? I can't remember.
You send
what
a short message of 25 words or less to a creature which you are familiar with. The creature hears the message in its mind and recognizes you at the sender. If it knows you and can answer in a like manner immediately, spell enables the creature of intelligence scores at least 1 to understand the meaning of your message. It doesn't say anything about
So
I think it has a
Blanchard?
verbal
Being-
component. I think
So
it has a
Blanchard?
verbal component.
There is. We'd know that she's casting a spell, but we're not necessarily going to know what it is.
and
Yeah.
I've got my spell focus as well.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Would it be out loud or would it be in your head?
I probably wouldn't be doing it out loud. I might just be mumbling to myself.
That's fine. That was
And I
curious.
think you were saying that you were kind of waiting for other people to be off doing stuff. Yeah. Okay.
That's fair.
Okay. Tiernan, I believe there was something that you were wanting to do as well.
Yes, there is. While I'm hunting down and looking through the books and spending all this time in the books, I'm secretly going to be, well, not secretly, just directing questions straight at Asmodana in private. And I'm Asmodana. I'm just talking in my head, not in my verbally.
Yep.
Just privately between you and I. How old are you? And what are you?
Honestly, Tiernan, due to what happened to me with the fracturing of my mind, I don't know how old I am at this stage. I was hundreds of years old when I was slain, but beyond that, I feel that it's hard for me to comprehend. There are still elements of this reforming which I'm coming to grips with. I would dare say it's been thousands of years.
Okay.
As for what I am, there are legends amongst our kind that upon the death of certain dragons, they reform into what are known as draconic shards. But it is a rare and unusual process.
So you were slain and became a draconic shard, presumably.
This is what I would presume has occurred.
You've indicated you are thousands of years old. Do you remember a time before the shard fell from the sky?
I'm not aware of any shard falling from the sky. Although I do wonder if you are maybe referring to events from, again, time is very difficult for me to understand, but there was definitely a time where I felt the very earth tremble and tear apart and could feel ripples through the arcane and the psychic screams of thousands dying. But that was a long time ago. Alas, being trapped deep down here, I am ignorant of much of which has happened on the surface.
Well, and Tiernan is going to put his hand down to his pistol and eject press a few buttons and eject, and a solid crystal core is emitted. And he sort of like gestures, but trying to be unobtrusive about it. He said, "This is a shard. The shard. From your perspective, what is it?"
You would need to bring it closer for me to be able to perceive it properly.
Okay. Fair enough. I would try to do that unobtrusively, but try to cover the shard as much as possible.
Yeah, look, I think between everyone kind of off doing their bits and pieces, I don't think it would be hard to be able to do that. Esmer would say, this is something that I've never seen before, but I can feel the sheer untapped raw arcane energy that flows from this. I'm intrigued. Where did you acquire such a thing as this, Tiernan?
From my homeland. It fell from the sky, a rather large piece. This is a piece of the whole.
This is definitely something that I am very much unaware of and would greatly appreciate you telling me of this homeland of yours and what this substance is and what you use it for.
We use it to power our arcane devices. But the most interesting thing about it is that since it fell, my people and everyone within my homeland and every single generation since are completely devoid of all arcane and other forms of magic, other than divine, of course, but so it's a sort of a puzzle. We can utilize this element, but to all my knowledge, I don't know what it is. So I'm very interested in a being of your nature who has existed before it has even appeared. And its origin, for lack of a better word.
I can definitely attempt to examine this and see what I may glean from it, but this is very strange. I've never encountered anything of this nature before. Does no one from your homeland understand what it is? Or what about those beyond the realms, the borders of your realm?
Knowledge on this element is kept very close to our chest, so to speak. So it's not something which we share. And if certain people amongst my homeland do know the secrets of its origin, they're keeping it firmly under wraps. But it seems as though the origins of this element has caused a bit of rift amongst my family. And I'd like to get to the bottom of it, so to speak. So any input from a being of such yourself would be invaluable.
Let me ponder upon this and see if there's anything that I can remember from the experiences that I've had, but for the moment, it seems potentially beyond the realms of my understanding, and I could only suggest maybe seeking out those beyond your borders who are well-versed in the magical arts or well-versed in the arcane itself.
Take your advice into consideration. Thank you.
You're most welcome. So, as the short rest effectively comes to an end, is there anything else anyone is wanting to do?
Delgrim would chat with Esmer post short rest, give him a chance to adjust to existing again.
Was there something particular that you wanted to kind of delve into, or?
Oh yeah, to something particulars.
Yeah.
As Madonna, the first thing I would like to discuss with you when you are ready is the predicament my friend Rowan finds himself in. Many times, Rowan has vanished from this world, this place, this time, this existence, this reality. I do not properly understand. Tiernan knows more of this than I do. But in some cases, an entire other being is changing places with Rowan. An orc, a gnome. And in these places from which these other beings are from, circumstances of the world are completely and very different. It is my hope that someone of your knowledge, age, and experience could perhaps maybe have come across something of this nature before and give us some indication as to what powers might be at play here and how we can better understand them and maybe prevent Rowan from disappearing in such ways.
Your friend Rowan deems their privacy and who they are very important. And because of this, I am somewhat uncomfortable touching on these matters without first engaging with her.
Well, I believe I'm to be facilitator of this engagement. If necessary.
As long the agreement was that I am to pass the message on to you that I wish to speak to Rowan. And as long as she is agreeing with that, then she will allow me to enter her mind to hold these conversations.
I'm almost very confident it was very specific that I pass on those messages, and her mind remains clear of such inhabitants. I could be wrong. I can ask, but I am almost.
Make a persuasion check.
Rowan somewhat.
Make a persuasion check. Oh my god.
Yeah, why not? That, sir, is a nat 20.
Which takes it to what, my friend? Because natural 20 with a check.
On persuasion. a nat 20 is what that takes it to.
I still feel that I would be more comfortable engaging with her first. And whilst I feel that your intent may be somewhat honorable, Rowan and I have a very specific agreement.
Very well. If you feel there is some light you can cast on these circumstances, I'll let Rowan know. And I'm sure Rowan will let you and all of us know then what conversation is happening from there.
I can write this down, fuck me. I can advise you that I am aware of the concept of there being alternate universes, different timelines, which can fracture and bend based on events. It may be that your friend Rowan has somehow become entangled and up amongst something of this nature.
This is conversation I am very much not clever enough to fully understand, but I'll let Rowan know that you are open to further discussion. Beyond that, there is only one other thing I wish to know, and ideally hope that you have some experience that can help me. When we fought in fortress or prison of broken Esmer's mind, perhaps you would have seen apparition of dear friend of mine and strange being that seemed to occupy same place and same time. It was suggested to me this was the fault of my people, that some void lock had been broken in my home. Are these things that you might know of?
The term void lock is not something I am familiar with. However, the void itself is something of which I have some experience and knowledge. It is the space between worlds and the very planes themselves, where it is said that beings unimaginable lurk, and possibly even where gods themselves tread. You venture into a space like that, and even fewer of them return. If your friend had encountered beings that had emerged from the void here on this existence, on this plane, then that would be of the deepest concern.
In what way could this perhaps be undone? That might be to your knowledge.
It takes magic of incredible power to create a portal to something such as the void, and as such equal power to close it. Those who might understand that more, if it still exists, would possibly be those of the Lyrison Percussive to the south in Redwald. However, I do not know if that is even in existence in this day and age.
It is far more than I have had to work with on these matters from this time. So thank you deeply from my heart. I will investigate this lyrical percussive and see what might remain of them in this time, if anything at all.
And with that, you guys all finish up your short rests. And all of you, bar Rowan, hear in your mind, if you would please join me, as there are gifts which I would like to bestow upon you all. Delgrim, if you could please pass this message on to Rowan.
Will he? Won't he? No, he does. He does exactly.
Yeah, he's like, nah, fuck you.
I mean,
and
that's entirely your call. You can choose not to. I am fully aware that I have made this rod for my own back.
As Madama would like to provide us with some form of gift, and for you, Rowan, they have also indicated they might be able to explain perhaps some more of your disappearance and comebacking, if you are willing to discuss these things with them.
She sort of nods as though she's thinking about it, but not that she has made a direct decision about what she's going to do.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So you all head over to where the giant crystal of Esmerdana is.
When we're walking over, I'm just going to elbow Delgrim. Hey, Delgrim.
Yes, Tiernan.
The crystal used to be a dragon.
Delgrim very seriously considers actually stabbing Tiernan at that point in time, but then thinks better of it.
You know, you wanted to take down a dragon.
Yes, but look, Tiernan, I have shine in your belt. It has 2 dragons on it. But this is very clever of you, the clever one, to have established. Well done.
Well, now you know.
Do you think maybe statue on top of Ziggurat might have been a statue of Esmerdana?
Well, I do now.
Yeah.
Just. Okay, as you guys find yourself in front of Esmerdana, she does ask Delgrim to pass on the message to Rowan, if she may speak to Rowan's mind.
Whatever gift it is, Rowan, that is to be bestowed, as Madonna asks, that they be able to speak with you directly in order to provide it.
Rowan looks, I guess technically up because she's short. Let's go with up. And just says aloud, "It's fine for now."
Rowan's brain immediately melts.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, highly probable at some point. Let's be realistic.
Yeah. So in all of your minds, you hear Esmerdana. As I have said before, I am eternally grateful for what you have done for me here. And I will do as much for you to help you as I can as you progress through this world. But, alas, I am trapped down here. So I wish to bequeath upon you each a gift to show my appreciation as well as to help you with the challenges moving forward. You hear a cracking sound, and you watched as down one side of this giant crystal shard, it fractures slightly, and 5 small green shards float out until each one is just bobbing gently in front of each of you.
Ooh. Yeah, literally just ooh, and just touches.
Okay. So Tiernan, you reach out and touch it. And all of you hear, to Tiernan, child of the machine city, family seeker, I grant you the scales of the dragon. May they protect you in your search for those you hold dearest. As your hand wraps around it, you gain the knowledge of what this does. It's got 2 forms. You can either effectively use it as an iron stone, and it will give you +2 to your intelligence. It will also enable you to message anybody else who is also using that stone in the same form. Or, at the beginning of each day, you can choose its secondary power, in which that stone will adhere to your armor, changing it to the equivalent of half plate +1. It also has 3 charges. When you get struck by a leveled spell, so anything that's not a cantrip, the armor will absorb part of that power. You'll still get affected by the spell, but each level of that spell will charge one of the 3 charges. So if it's a level 1 spell, you get 1 charge. Level 2 spell, 2 charges, up to a maximum of 3. If you then hit someone with a melee or spell melee attack, you can unleash those charges, each one dealing 1d6 lightning damage. And you can choose how many of those charges you wish to use. This is all in D&D Beyond. I will add links to people's character sheets.
Like, that is an irresponsible amount of power to give to Tiernan, but cool.
Not enough.
Not enough. Jesus Christ.
Unlimited power. Tiernan goes full emperor. No.
Where's the
Okay.
hoodie when you need it? Oh wait, I've got some mage weave. Glamour weave.
Who's next?
I'll go next then.
Okay.
I'll grab the little crystal.
To Miera of the Arcane, Dark Dreamer, I grant you the soul of the dragon. May it help you traverse the perils of this world. So in its first form, it will add +2 to your charisma, and also allow you to message other people who are using it in the same form. Or you can use its other form, in which it will bond with your focus. And each time you use your meta magic, you may immediately teleport to 30 feet anywhere inside.
It's awesome. That's so cool. Now I don't have to worry about annoying
Thanks.
people with thunder all the time.
Remember, you have to have used your meta magic.
It's fun.
Is that on leveled spells or any spell?
Anytime she uses a meta magic point.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Miera will obviously think back and say thank you to Esmeralda for bequeathing her such a wonderful gift.
Who's next?
I think Rowan would be last. Is the point?
Well,
if that
I
helps
think
from him, yeah.
Delgrim will probably turn to Rowan and say, if you have any concern about this situation, I will wait. And I will be ready to act if there are any indication from you that this is some kind of trickery or deceit.
She's going to look up, I guess up slightly, at you and just say, no, you should have your toys.
She's not
to play
even
with.
through the sentence and he's grabbed his crystal.
Yeah.
Just typical.
Yeah.
To Delgrim of the Shadow Ways, home lost, resolute, I grant you the claw of the dragon. May it always strike true against the darkness of your past. So the Ion Stone is +2 to your strength, again with the same message capability as the other ones, if everyone is using it in that form. Or its secondary form is a crystal scimitar, which when you strike with it, deals an extra 1d10 psychic damage. It also has 3 charges. When you hit a creature with the blade, you can expend one of those charges to regain a number of hit points equal to damage dealt. Equal to the psychic damage dealt, not the full damage dealt.
Gotcha. Yeah. Esmer, I thank you. I feel these gifts and the knowledge you have shared will help us for a long time to come.
Rowan's going to look across at Grumpfel.
I was just about to say Grumpfel looks over at Rowan basically he senses her hesitation.
Mm. Together.
Oh, why not?
So they're both going to go boop at the same time, I think is the general vibe of what's it's about to happen.
All right.
You can do it in whatever order you want, but...
So we'll go Grumpfel first. So to Grumpfel the Wise, walker between life and death, I grant you the heart of the dragon. May it protect you and those you care for the most. So in its Ironstone form, it adds +2 to your wisdom, again with the same message capabilities. Or its secondary form, which is a green crystalline shield. When the command word is spoken, it will actually hover in front of you so you do not have to actually hold on to it. It will act independently. It also has 3 charges.
Sorry.
When an ally is within 10 feet of you and they are attacked, you can use your reaction before knowing the roll to send the shield to defend them, adding its AC to that first attack.
Very cool.
And then to Rowan. To Rowan the Lost, one of many, I grant you the wings of the dragon. May they lift you up when you need it most. So the Ironstone will add +2 to your charisma. Or in its secondary form, there's a long green cloak clasped at the throat by the emerald shard. You can activate it with a bonus action, and it will transform into a pair of large emerald dragon's wings and will enable you to fly. Can be used for up to 2 hours per day. It also has 3 charges. When you have the wings, you can use a charge to cast Thunder Wave at level 1, 2 charges for level 2, or 2 charges to cast Gust of Wind.
That's very cool, and I can see as soon as the first time Rowan uses it, Blinky is going to lose his
Lose
shit.
his mind. I mean, to be fair, I think Delgrim's going to lose his mind on account of she's crawled on the ceiling. Now she's going to be able to fly.
Like, okay, like meta knowledge stuff. This 100% solves the plans that Delgrim has for Rowan and the ring. Gravity is no longer an issue here, and that makes me as a player with plans to use Rowan as a tool very, very happy.
Use Rowan as a tool.
Yeah, it's like I have such ideas for Rowan at velocity. I cannot even begin to
velocity.
tell you. Yes,
I know, and it's terrifying.
Oh god.
Just another
Yeah,
just to
absolutely
disappear.
right.
I can just go for 2 hours.
100%.
Like,
One more way to disappear.
just go to space. It'll be fine.
Oh god, that is very cool.
Tiernan thanks Asmodana and says, and thanks for the quiet word earlier.
It was my pleasure, Tiernan. With that, with these new gifts in hand, as you ponder upon where you may go next, and potentially settle in for a well-deserved night's sleep, unless there is anything else anyone wants to touch upon, we may draw the evening to a close.
I've just sent you a question, Ham. But
No, you're all good.
okay.
The only thing that would cross Grumpfel's mind, other than just quietly sending a message off to Asmodana of the, thank you for the gift, unnecessary, but will be put to good use. I have one small question about you, and keep in mind, I'm sure that you also need to rest. The conversation with you as Danna talking about the group that you were with, and that Kamateon was known to you. Do you have a name other than Asmodana that I might be familiar with? Is
the only name that I've ever gone by.
You wouldn't be known by the name Maisha?
No, although I am very familiar with Maisha. But we are two different entities.
You of course realize I had to ask.
That is absolutely fine, Grumpfel. I am more than happy to provide you with the answers.
There may be more questions at a later time. I'll leave you with my thanks, and I'll retire for rest.
Asmodana, are you going to be lonely down here, considering you can't actually move from this location?
It is definitely something which has crossed my mind, and it was something I was going to discuss with you before you departed. I would sorely love company down here, but you all seem as if you have got a place to find in this world, But if you know of others who may wish to come here and join me, especially if they could educate me in the world as it stands now, I would be incredibly appreciative.
It's like just staring at Grumpfel at this point.
Is this in everyone's mind or just Tiernan's mind?
I'm assuming that Tiernan's just having.
I was vocal. Yeah, it was vocal.
No, I think she'd still probably just be replying to just you, though.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Perhaps we can assist in that regard. Maybe not personally, but yeah.
Cool. Any other questions? Anything else anyone wants to do before we wrap this bad boy up?
Room's covered.
Okay. With that, you all settle in, considering what might lie ahead of you. And as sleep slowly drifts over you,
No, it doesn't.
for most of you,
I don't sleep.
Miera, that dream, that you've had before, floating in that massive expanse of nothingness, which terrified you before in the Emerald Hall, creeps into your rest. And Delgrim, you hear in your head Esmeralda's voice. She needs your help. You're not sure if it's a dream or not, but you also suddenly find yourself floating in some sort of darkness. And in the distance, you can see your friend Miera. And that's where we're going to end the session for the night.
Man.
Woo!
Shared dreams. Woo!
Do you ever just have those sessions that feel like they're 3 whole ass sessions in and of themselves?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I got out of this one.
How much did we get through? Whoa!
I'm just proud that we all survived that and Hamish wasn't able to kill us.
He tried awfully hard.
He did try really
Did I
hard.
die?
And I'm back, and I'm down, and I'm back.
I was scared for Grumpfel.
Grumpfel was a bit of a bloody pincushion.
Yeah, there was a couple of bad rolls that helped that, and one bad decision of mine not healing myself before doing stuff that didn't help either.
So you're saying lesson learned?
Probably not. He'll probably still try and help. He'll probably still try and help the battle or heal someone else before himself. I'm sure it'll happen again.
I love that though. I love making like explicitly stupid decisions because it's the right thing to do from the character's perspective. It's not like the
100%.
toxic version of it's what my character would do, but like, you know, that's a very Grumpfel thing, right? Is he's gonna focus on helping other people. I love that.
Cool. So do we want a quick whip around of favorite moments? Stick to the plan.
Yeah. I'll steal the first one. Much as my favorite moment was Delgrim stealing the kill that I've been working on for 2 sessions straight.
Sorry.
Like,
So sorry.
perfect, but like
I know how it feels. I'm so
You
sorry.
killed him.
I'm so sorry.
Like, no kidding. The whole combat. So good. It is really all good. It's just like, that moment of the hilarity of going, no.
Cool. Who else?
I got a couple. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I don't have the one. Delgrim's use of "it's your fault for survival," but he used those words exactly. Which were and seeing Delgrim super enthused at the end, where he got to fight a critter, I guess. So, and the elevation of coming out of that battle. It was just really nice to see how he was still so energized and he was going around the party and trying to talk to us all and so forth. It was really nice.
Yeah.
Nothing ran away this time, Promethean.
Yeah, which I was, right. Good, but at the same time, I feel like we're all so very close to death in the absence of something that was willing to run away from us. Yeah.
And second for me was actually rolling over 10. It was really nice.
Yeah, your
Nice.
dice were on fire today. In fact, there was lots of good rolls.
Yeah, lots of good rolls tonight, which I think we needed them.
Cass.
Well, I think for me it was what you did, Ham. Like the second part of that fight, just it felt a lot more like treacherous, I think, and like obviously with Grumpfel going down, and the others, everything else still popping up around us. So that was really well done, and so that was good.
It was going to be super easy, but then you were just like, no, we're all fine. This has been a piece of cake. So I changed everything just because of what you said, Cass.
I'm just trying to be positive,
But thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
I'll keep my positivity to myself from now on.
God damn it, Cass. Bloody hell.
Sorry, guys. And also, I think I also really enjoyed the the picture conjured of Delgrim trying to pull islands towards himself. That was just...
Yeah. Buff. I'm sure there was probably like a bit of shirt tearing or something like that at the same time. I don't know. Some flexed muscles.
Yeah,
cool.
just rolling up the sleeves.
He may not be able to stop monsters running away, but at least he can try with islands.
Yeah. Wow. That was pretty backhanded. That's intense. On the subject of backhanded, Mr. Promethean.
There's probably two that I'd throw out. One of the late comers was it's to John, I guess, more than Tiernan. John dropping in the, hey, I think Esmer was a dragon. I died and was reborn, I think, a couple of times on the inside, John. Thank you for that. That made me feel all sorts of ways.
Well, he proved it. He proved it. Prior to it was just a hypothesis.
Oh, dear.
You've given it. But in general, I think Hamish, this and the last session together was just for like me doing the new DM thing, like a masterclass. It felt like to me. I think there's so much really cool stuff that you've thrown at us over these last two sessions. Incredible risk. I genuinely thought at least two of us were rolling death saves and didn't know how it was going to play out. And some pretty cool reward on the other side of us not actually dying. So it was properly fun to run through these last couple of sessions. Thank
I'm
you.
stoked. That makes me super happy. Thank you.
Did you have any favorite moments, Ham?
Me? Nah, the whole thing sucked. It was terrible.
That's fair.
It was interesting seeing how you guys coped with what I threw at you. I mean, I liked the Tiernan thing with the whole dragon stuff. That was just it was very Tiernan. I think Promethean, with your enthusiasm, like Delgrim's enthusiasm about the whole battle, was awesome. Rowan sticking to her guns around, having this strange entity getting in her head and stuff. Miera, I was this is going to sound terrible, but it was kind of nice tormenting Miera a little bit, going from I'm invincible to no.
I'm actually hanging on for
and yet
by a fingernail.
And yet hanging on, I had 3 hit points left, and you smacked me for 2. So I would argue still invincible.
Yep. All right. I'll make a note of that. Again, Heath, you're just the king of those nice little moments. I think the little Grumpfel speeches. I don't know.
It's what my character would do.
It's like exactly. But no, just everything that I think you bring with those little speeches, the little bits of sort of swerve neblin that you throw out there. It's all beautiful. It all of this combines to make this so much fun. But Heath, also, what about you?
I had a couple. Some have been touched on already. Delgrim's kill steal, that was funny. The Delgrim with his "Do you even lift, bro?" Like that was pretty cool. I think we've got a Durga that's been sneaking some creatine or some vitamin supplements when we've all not been looking. I want to do a big hat tip for the MacGyvering, not only that Tiernan did with trying to bring his island to our island so that we were all sort of grouped rather than separated, was also Miera with her mage hand usage. Even though it wasn't mage hand, it gave just a little extra. It was outside of the box thinking of a spell, breaking the spell to use part of it to do something that was less than the spell would, but more than what she needed to try and steady herself. I thought that was cool in the sense of the outside of the box thinking for you, Cass, but also him taking that idea and going like, all right, it's not quite that, but Miera does use some meta magic stuff, so let's give a little bit of wiggle room to see where we go with this. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah. The Delgrim with coming around and decompressing with everyone, I thought was very cool. Also, Kate with Rowan doing that for Grumpfel was very cool. I think Rowan and Grumpfel have a very cool relationship going.
Dickinson. Emily Dickinson. It's not canon in the world, Ham. I'm sorry.
Emily Dickinson? I don't know.
Demily Eakinson, yes.
This session and last session were really good for roleplay. It was cohesive. It was chaotic. It was definitely a lot of fun. This roleplay, just as a little share that people may not have realized, or just a little insight into Grumpfel's mind. Grumpfel, being the older member of the group, seen some shit before this group formed, finding his way from what he used to do to this role as this weird cleric uncle type thing, and now finally being in a situation this gaming session and last gaming session where he's been dropped down to death saves twice this session. It gave him that second where Tiernan brought him back. They finished off what they're doing. They were on the islands floating. I kid you not, playing as Grumpfel, but also keeping the gameplay in my mind. Grumpfel had severe doubts of continuing with this group because twice he's gone down to below. Now, knowing he's at the older of the group, there's other things he's got in his mind, and that his sacrifice growing back for the elders' birthday celebration, which we touched on earlier, he would have gone, am I in the right place? Am I making the right decisions? And then coming full circle through the camaraderie afterwards, Delgrim checking on Grumpfel, Rowan checking on Grumpfel, and then the gifts from Esmer. Those doubts have now banished again from Grumpfel's mind. He knows this party, this cohesion is good, and he's here to stay.
Outstanding. Love it. What a note to finish on. We will be returning at some time in the future. I think the next session, due to a few little conflicting bits and pieces, we're just nailing down exactly what we're going to be doing. If it's going to be the usual Saturday, if it's going to be Friday, or whatever it is. But watch the appropriate social spaces. But as for now, I believe we've got a raid target.
Yeah, I think we're going to go visit some new friends who are doing a persistent campaign. So we're going to go over and visit Unhinged Tales, who are a couple of hours into their persistent campaign of episode, I think it's 60 something of theirs. So I'm sure they'll catch us up in the chat when we go in over there. But they seem like a lovely bunch of people. So we're going to go see some new TTRPG friends.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for all the raiders who have dropped in. You guys rock.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for
Really?
sticking around.
Yeah.
See you in a fortnight.
See you in a fortnight. Bye.